Are you guys ready for another Nintendo Prime stream? Let's go! How's it going, everyone? Welcome to the Nintendo Prime stream. Hey, hi, how you doing? A little bit different setup now because my camera that is sitting right here that I'm staring at, I'm looking right at you guys. I am not moving this camera for a long time. It is like permanently affixed to the floor. I could turn the camera, but I am not moving it because that is the perfect spot for the E3 set. And it took me 3 hours to get that camera in the exact right tripod location at the exact height, the exact everything I need for E3. So, you're just going to get an even better stream, an even better look at me. Now, this is essentially what my future videos are all going to look like as well, kind of from here. Sometimes I might be over here with a different angle, but whatever. This is pretty much what all my videos are going to look like moving forward. A little bit more zoomed out so you can see the TV a bit more for my standard videos. But hey, whatever. Who's going to complain that my stream quality just gets better? Like, oh my gosh. So let's talk about some stuff here quickly before we get into everything. I'm going to say hi to everyone that I can in the chat. I got the chat right up here on my laptop here, so I could see everything you guys are saying. A few notes though before I try to shout out everyone I possibly can in the stream, because I try to do this at the beginning of every stream and try to shout out everyone in the chat. I do want to note a couple things. One, all super chats and donations tonight lead to me doing shots. The shot selection is a little bit off camera here, but we got like some Cannon Blast, we got some Jaeger, we got beer, we got Bud Light seltzers, whatever. It's a typical stuff for a stream. You know, the higher amount you donate, the stronger the shot gets. Beyond all that, if you donate or super chat, the little ticker down here, it will add you to that ticker. It'll add the 5 most recent super chats or donations to that ticker, and it'll also add whatever message that you add to it. So if you try to decide to get a little inappropriate, well, Google will probably take care of you. But if it passes the Google filter, it will appear down in that ticker. So a little bit risky, but it is what it is. I trust my community to not do anything too terrible. As I say that, someone's going to try. In addition, every 5 new members we get, you can see up here. Yeah, up here, every 5 new members we get is a giveaway during the stream, during this very stream. So if we hit 5 new members tonight, it's where you hit that join button. Yeah, we'll do a giveaway right here on the stream where everyone can win. If we go 5 above that and hit 10, that's another giveaway, 15, 20, etc., etc. It just keeps going and going and going. Where it stops is wherever you guys decide it stops. If you're on an Apple device, you will not see that join button. You need to head to the description and the very top link. It'll show you, it'll say, hey, you know, hit this to join. If you tap that, it'll open up a browser in Safari, which will open up the channel and say, hey, join. I know it's a little annoying because then you got to log into YouTube through the browser. I understand. Okay, what the hell do you want me to do about it? For some reason, the YouTube app doesn't have functionality with Apple devices for join, so you have to go through Safari. So again, click that link, whatever. If you just go to my channel and you also do /join on it, it will also do that. But unfortunately, again, can't do that through the YouTube app. I know I use an Apple device, so I know how annoying it can be, but I'm on desktop all the time as well. So like I'm always on laptops or whatever. So it's like easy for me to join channels. But anyways, let me say hi to everyone who's here in the chat. We are going to be talking about some Metroid Prime 4 stuff today. It is not like an official update. That's why there's that question mark. You see that question mark? If this was an official update from Nintendo, you think I'd be doing this during a live stream? I would be talking about this in a standalone video. This would be breaking news. This would, if this was like an official Nintendo update, it would be coming from everywhere, right? It would be all over Nintendo Life, Nintendo Everything. It'd be on every single Nintendo YouTube channel. It would be everywhere. It's not an official update. What it is an update based on hiring posts that are on Retro Studios' thing that seem to be suggesting that Metroid Prime 4 is at least at a state where we're going to see it very soon. At E3, I don't know, but we'll get into that in a moment, and I'll read off some of the stuff from the hiring posts. There's several of them, 3 different hiring posts we're going to actually highlight. And then we're going to talk about your hopes for Nintendo's future, whether it's E3, but obviously beyond, 2022, what you want their next system to be, after 2022, what do you think their lineup should be for the next few years? How do you think Nintendo can capture third parties? What do we think about this crazy xCloud business going on? Because in case you didn't know, it appears xCloud's coming to Switch. Because Nintendo redacted some stuff in the Epic versus Apple thing, specifically where Microsoft was talking about xCloud on Switch. Why would Nintendo redact it? Well, the reason was given that, hey, we have ongoing negotiations with Microsoft at the moment. That was the legal reason given to redact the information. So, yeah, that's a thing too, by the way. So, we'll get into all of that. But let me shout out everyone who's here in the chat. If you are here watching and you want your username shouted out, please head to the chat right now and say something. Say hi, let me know how you're doing. Hopefully everyone's doing well. I know not everyone is always doing well, but if you're here, hopefully I lift your day up if you're having a bad one. So hello to Odin, Angie, Duckway, Travis, Cooper, Victor Solis, Gamer Tag at GT, Storm X Quick, Nathaniel Austin, William Pear, Daniel Martinez, Sweet Life of Dio Brando. Welcome, my man. We got Big Red 420. Pragmatism's here. Brian C. Craziest Cough. Jesus Calderon. Let's see here. Nick Forrest. Chaotic Panda. Scrolling on down, we got Omar, GT, and then some symbols that I can't read in a different language. I really apologize. I only speak English. I only read English too. I read some broken Spanish and broken French, but let's just say English is all I can really do. Let's see here. We got Truska for Life. Ari is here. Let me see here. Seahawks 24 Rule is here. We got Ultronverse. Blue 2 is here. Although he might be gone. He apparently was saying that I suck. So it is what it is. There's some things I suck, but we're not going to get into that. That's a little not PG. Jared Krinsky is here. Names taken. People are going to take that the long. Someone's going to clip that, and it's going to go bad for me. It is what it is. Twist 1441. Let's see here. Scrolling on down here, we got Class of Never 1121. Seguin the Pikachu fan is here. Welcome, man. We got Noah Hankel here as well. Only bangers on the Nintendo Prime channel. I try to play bangers. The intro music I was playing for a while, a little too somber, right? It doesn't really hype you up for the stream. So what's gonna hype you for the stream? Bangers. That's what's gonna hype you for the stream. We got Mercurius here. Welcome, man. Haven't seen you in a little bit. Scrolling on down, we got Bandon, Canondon. Welcome, Chaotic Panda as well. James Forte, Logic Bugs is here. Dennis ZZ. Christopher Lockhart, welcome, man. Haven't seen you in a little bit. Manky Music, Dragon Chi 26, Ricky is here. Nick Forrest, Ocean 012. Oh, Goofball Gamer. Welcome, man. Let me see. We got David, Agile 81, Living Rocket is here. How to Instruct VS3 is here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Unruly Patootie, Dave. I already read that one. Odyssey TC. Craziest Cough, I think I said you. If I didn't, welcome. Rusty is here. Oh, what was that? Oh, we got a new member. I know it pops up as a sponsor with the winky face, but we have a new member. Say hello to Gamertag JT, who became our first member tonight. 4 members away from a giveaway. It does say that down in the ticker in case you do forget. He has become a champion. So thank you so much for joining. I think that's the $3 tier. Thank you so much for joining that. I appreciate the support. Let me scroll on down. We got Evil Iggy is here. Alejandro R is here. Seagull 72. Squirrel Mario something. It just jumped on my chat. Just jumped on me. Hold on. I'll get you, Squirrel Mario. What was the end of that username? I don't even know. I'm trying to see it. I'm trying to remember. Oh, here we go. I was around here. Squirrel Mario 247. That's what it was. Varum Verby is here. Scrolling on. We got Gibbs back. Welcome, Gibbs. Dennis ZZ. I think I said hi to them already, but hey, just in case. Ice Sonic is here. Shiny Ray 01, Class of, I already said hi to you, man. Holy crud. Kyle Kelly, GB Warden 64. You know how hard it is to keep track of all these users? There's so many people. Living Rocket is here. Welcome. We got, I said hi to Nathaniel Austin earlier. You might not have been here, but hi again. Hunikana Uva is here. I totally butchered that, but welcome. Let's see here. Joseph Stewart, welcome. Switch Kid 2001, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. James Forte, I love that last name Forte because I was a band geek, choir geek. I know Forte has some nice music in it. Jared Kinski is here. Stefan Pyro is here. Oh man, we got GB Warder 64, Evil Iggy. I'm almost caught up. Kyle Kurt. Nick Forrest, I think I said hi already, but if I didn't, welcome. Gamertag GT, I think I already said welcome. Jacob Voyer, Sips Extra Wacky, Harley Sander. How's my day been going? It's been going great. Let me see here. I think that's everyone. I think I caught up. Maybe. And Gamertag GT. With the $5 super chat. All right. Thank you so much, Gamertag GT. He has a super chat in for the $5. He says, not game related, but do you watch anime? And if so, do you watch 7 Deadly Sins? And what's your favorite anime so far? So I no longer watch anime. I just don't have time. Okay. I'm lucky I get time to game. Right now I'm practicing Smash Bros. For our E3, because again at E3 there'll be some of you guys will get a lucky opportunity to play against me for a chance to, well, win prizes. So yeah, I'm practicing Smash right now. I don't really have time to watch anime. I say that as I do watch other shows now and then, so maybe I'm just not as interested in anime as I once was. So let's just go with I used to watch anime. My favorite ones, Fooly Cooly, FLCL. That's my favorite anime of all time. Very short anime, 1 season, really, really good anime. I love that one. And then One Piece was a go-to for mine. I've seen hundreds of episodes, but I think there's thousands of episodes at this point. I was a big fan of One Piece back in the day. I've seen some others as well, some Dragon Ball and some others. But yeah, I don't really watch anymore, so I'm not up to date on any of the current stuff. Sorry to disappoint if you thought that you thought that I was something, I don't know. And if there's anyone else I forgot to say anything to and say hi to, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to forget. I promise it was not intentional, but I did my best. All right. Sick filter. Yeah, dude, I have a lot of cool stuff happening. Cheers, man. I think I could beat you blindfolded, says Brian C. Ooh, getting a little cocky, are we, Brian? Getting a little cocky, are we? All right. Also, I'm drinking some G Fuel. No, I'm not sponsored by G Fuel. G Fuel, I'm more than willing to get sponsored. Also, Redline, who makes Bang, you can sponsor me too if you want. But this one's actually kind of interesting. This is a Peach Rings. This is one of those zero sugar ones, and it's got Sonic on it. So the Sonic flavor is Peach Rings. They also have like a PewDiePie one. They have a Crash Bandicoot one that is, the Wampa Berry, which I actually was really good. It's like, what is it? It's like raspberry, blueberry, kale, and broccoli. What a weird combo, but it tastes really good. This one obviously just tastes like peach. And they have like FaZe, I think is FaZe like a live streamer or something? I feel like I've heard that name before. And then some other guy I'd never heard of. I bought all the flavors because I've never seen these flavors before. So yep, and 0 calories, and then most of it's not too bad for you. There is the 65 grams of sodium, which isn't great, but it's only 3% of your daily value. There's vitamin C and other stuff in it, and obviously a crap load of caffeine. Because that's why you drink energy drinks, is for the caffeine. I might have a caffeine addiction. I have a caffeine addiction. All right, let's talk about Metroid Prime 4 dev updates. So, Super Metal Dave, you guys might know him. Credit to him for this. He found a lot of this information. I know not everyone's a fan of Super Metal Dave. I know that's just the way it is. Not everyone's a fan of me either, right? But I'll say this about Super Metal Dave for those that are maybe anti-Dave because of things like when before the Switch came out, when he swore it was going to be AMD technology and got in this little spat with Emily Rogers and others. Here's what I'm going to say about Super Metal Dave. He reached out to me today, not because of his video. His video was posted yesterday, and nothing to do with his video at all. He reached out because I made a tweet about when we had a canceled podcast guest in Jeff Grubb. And he reached out to just because he got this feeling from my tweets that I was a little agitated about the whole thing, and I was. And he reached out as a friend and just asked how I was doing, how my mental state is doing, making sure I'm okay. He had a feeling I'm getting really stressed about E3, which is why a guest canceling on me would be a little agitating because I don't have time necessarily to schedule a new guest. Thankfully, Game Over Jesse came through in the clutch for the podcast. But even with him coming through, I had to completely change the entire podcast schedule because we changed guests. You're like, well, why can't you, use the same topics with Game Over Jesse? Because some of the topics were built around the guest himself and some stuff that he had been talking about. And it didn't make sense to put Game Over Jesse on the spot who doesn't even know who this guest is. So it just wouldn't have been fair to do that to him. So it was one of those things where I had to literally redo the entire podcast a couple hours before the podcast was supposed to begin. Very lucky we even did a podcast yesterday, and it ended up turning out pretty good. Zelda is always a go-to, a back. You can always pull Zelda topics out of my butt, and I can talk about Zelda all day. So it is kind of nice that I could just I have a huge Zelda background. I was a journalist in the Zelda fan site space for almost 20 years. And I became editor-in-chief. It was a paid gig. I had contracts. I was literally a legit gaming journalist. I've been to E3 as a gaming journalist. Hey, that's my background. I was a video game journalist, but a self-made one. I didn't go to college for it. I'm still pretty good at it when I do write some things, but I don't write very often anymore. I'm a YouTuber now. So here's the thing. He reached out to just check my mental state and make sure I'm okay. And I'm sorry, no matter what someone does on a YouTube channel or what they say about video games or what their opinions are, when they reach out to check on you and check on your state of mental health, just getting a gut feeling that something's off with me from some tweets, that to me is special. So thank you so much, Dave, for reaching out to me behind the scenes. I am fine, guys. I'm good. I was a little agitated at the time, and I am stressed about E3. Not gonna lie, this is the biggest event I've ever done. We have 3 companies who have contacted me who are paying me to run ads. And I have to create the ads. I've never had that happen before. I've had sponsorships before for a VPN back in the day, but I've never actually had companies offer me some legit money to run ads. Kind of crazy. One's a t-shirt company, which is not even a gamer t-shirt company. That's what's weird. You know why? You know why the t-shirt company contacted me? Look at me. You see what I'm wearing? I don't wear that standard gamer gear very often. I do have gamer t-shirts, but this is how I dress on the daily, and they like my get up and they think, hey, we have a product that would look good with your get up, and that's a great segue for an ad if you really end up liking the product. Say a product samples coming, all that jazz. Another company is doing there's a video game company who's paying for an ad spot, a 60-second ad spot, paying quite a bit of money for that 60, or at least in my opinion, quite a bit of money. I'm sure for bigger channels than me, it's really not that much. And then another company who's paying me some money for to do a 15-minute feature video. And it's funny because the 15-minute feature video is more work, not a review. I specifically said I will not review your game. You can't pay me to do reviews. No. But if you want me to do hey, this is a sponsored video and we're going to talk about this game and show it off, and I'll give you some thoughts, but obviously feel free not to trust my thoughts because hey, I got paid to make the video. I'm obviously probably not going to say too much negative about it in the video because they probably won't approve the video then. But again, that'll be all noted at the very beginning of the video. I'm open and honest about that stuff. So it's kind of cool. I got all these sponsors. Some of this stuff back here came from some of the people who are sponsoring some of our giveaways during E3. I've got hundreds of game codes we're giving away. It's just, ugh. And you guys have seen my set, right? If you saw the podcast yesterday, you saw a preview of my E3 set. And oh, freaking Lord. This set, it's still not done. There's still stuff coming for it. I'll give you an example. We're not going to be using these microphones. These microphones are going away. I mean, I'm not throwing them out. I'm still going to use them for voiceover and stuff. But like, we're not, these mics aren't going to be used like hardly ever on my channel anymore. We're upgrading to an audio solution that is going to be game changing at the channel. Stuff's on its way right now. Should hopefully be here this weekend. Should debut next week. We just got some crazy stuff happening at the channel, and I just want to thank all of you guys, because if it wasn't for you guys, it wouldn't be happening. I'm also really stressed out, but who cares? You're not here for that. You're here for Metroid news. So let's get into. So again, shout out to Dave for reaching out, checking on me. It's really nice to see fellow YouTubers reach out and recognize that maybe, you know what? Maybe on the surface, my videos look great. People are talking about, oh, man, it looks great. Your set looks great. I love your vibe. I love your energy. I love this. I love that. But like, to have a fellow YouTuber be like, yeah, okay, his content's looking fine, but I can tell something behind the scenes, you know. Let's make sure Nate's not losing his mind. Am I going crazy? No, I'm not going crazy, but I am. I'm not going to lie. I am stressed. There's a lot of pressure on me this E3. I got a lot of companies relying on me to nail this show. Yeah. So it is what it is. Let's get into this stuff now. So what happened is Super Metal Dave scoured Retro Studios' recent hiring posts and found some interesting hires. And one of them was for a concept artist, one was for a level 3 environmental designer, and one was for a level 2 system designer. And I'm just going to read some brief snippets from the descriptions of their duties that they're looking to hire at Retro Studios, and talk about why this means that we are going to be seeing this game possibly this year. Maybe not, it might not release this year, but then Metroid Prime 4 might be pretty close to being done. So first up, the concept artists, they're supposed to collaborate with the art director, artists, and designers to define the look of our projects by working to establish a consistent visual direction for characters, environments, props, effects, and mood using all art tools available. Excellent 2D drawing skills with a strong grasp of composition, color theory, perspective, lighting, environmental, and architecture. The 2D drawing skills don't necessarily mean that, you know, whatever they're working on is 2D. That's just like a, you know, your concept art. When you're drawing the storyboards and the concept art, a lot of it's in 2D, right? Modeling is when you start to get to the 3D part, but a lot of the concept art is factually in 2D. Level 3 environmental designer. Collaborate with designers and concept artists to implement proxy environments that accurately communicate intent for visual design, gameplay, and narrative. And then, you know, minimum of 7+ years of experience in development, 5+ years creating environments that are a 3D action adventure title. Level 2 systems designer says, conceive of original gameplay ideas and develop them for a 3D action adventure title. Use our proprietary scripting tools as well as other industry standard tools to construct playable prototypes of your ideas. Produce design documentation that clearly communicates gameplay intent. So the big thing with these hires by Retro Studios is, listen to what I just said. One of the person is supposed to conceive original gameplay ideas. They've been making this game for at least 2.5 years. You would figure their basic gameplay ideas are on lock. And it's for a 3D action adventure title, which is basically what Metroid is. I know we call them Metroidvania games, but like, they're really just like a subgenre of like action adventure games. And then you have a level 3 environmental designer. Okay, sure, you're developing environments for a 3D action adventure title. 2.5 years in, wouldn't most of the ideas for those environments be pretty much, you know, already fully conceptualized, at least, if not possibly at least programmed in a beta form? And then a concept artist. Why would you need concepts for a game that's been in development for 2.5 years? Doesn't really make sense. These feel like hires for a new project. And yes, Retro Studios could actually be working on multiple projects, but they're not going to like work on multiple 3D action adventure projects at once. Retro Studios hasn't successfully put out a game in 7 years. It's been since Tropical Freeze. They have literally not successfully put out a game in 7 years. So they're not going to go from working on Metroid Prime 4 to being like, yeah, we're working on a 3D action adventure title at the exact same time. Like, no, you're working on a new 3D action adventure title because you're already pretty much done with the current one you're working on. And to further back this up, all the way back in October of last year, Retro Studios hired 3 playtesters. You don't bring on playtesters until a product is 1, playable, and 2, nearing completion, and you need QA and playtesters in to make sure the game is going as intended and make sure it works, and etc. You're making sure the game makes sense. So you hire playtesters, now you're hiring people that seemingly are for a new game that's 3D action adventure. It kind of makes it feel like Metroid Prime 4 is probably done, right? or at least close to it. That's what it feels like. Now, I'm not saying it's completely done, but it feels like Metroid Prime 4 is hitting that point now at Retro that we're probably going to see the game this year, right? If it's not going to come out, we're at least going to see it. Maybe maybe they're going to slate it for 2022, but kind of feel like we're seeing the game this year. Don't you? Considering who they're hiring and then the playtesters they hired last year, kind of seems like we're going to see something this year. I mean, I'm not going to go as far to say a playable demo, but I mean, a trailer drop. Now, I'm not saying it's happening at E3 either. Remember, they're going to have at least one more regular Nintendo Direct before the end of the year. They always do, or besides in 2020. Otherwise, they typically have one right around September. So, there's going to be another one. I'm just saying, and there's the Game Awards still, which, again, they could have the trailer at the Game Awards. It's just, it feels like we're going to see Metroid Prime 4 this year because it's way further in development than maybe we think it is. Now, we're not even sure exactly when Retro Studios took over. It was announced in January of 2019, which means they probably started at some point in 2018. We don't know if it was the end of 2018, the middle of 2018. We have no idea. Maybe it was the entirety of 2018. Maybe they took over quickly from Bandai Namco. I have no idea. And by the way, the Bandai Namco developing it is still technically not a fact. It's just assumed. What are you guys' thoughts on that? So that's the big Metroid Prime 4 dev update. Where it based on what Retro Studios is hiring for, kind of seems like Metroid Prime 4 is nearing completion. Narwhal Gaming Variety mentions that playtesters usually starting during the alpha phase in most games as soon as major chunks of the game are ready for tweaking. Exactly. I'm not talking about QA testers, right? QA testers are towards the end. QA testers are bug fixing. But playtesters are when massive chunks of the game are quote unquote done and need to be tested for functionality and intent. And to make sure, I never got to be a playtester. I did do some QA testing back in the day. Never got to be a playtester, but I talked to some, and they essentially just said, yeah, we're just, we're people that make sure what they make is running like they claim it is, and we make sure that whatever they tell us the intent of this section or this level or this whatever, that it meets that intention and it's actually fun. QA testers is mostly just bug fixing. Play testers are all about, we got to make sure your vision's actually happening here. And you might think this is awesome, but then when we play test it, it's kind of trash. They're supposed to prevent games from being trash, basically. That's what play testers are for. And again, you're not wrong. That's about the time it happens, when you hit alpha. And that back towards the end of last year, hitting alpha. You're going to be past that by now, I would assume. So again, I'm not saying it's coming this year, but it definitely sounds like we're seeing it this year. And at least getting a trailer for it on Metroid's 35th anniversary year would be very nice. I think the target for it is still 2022. But now I'm starting to think we might get a trailer for it. And there's no rumors about this, which is fine. Not everything gets out of Nintendo. But I'm just saying, we very well could get some Metroid love. Either at E3, next Nintendo Direct, maybe it's a Twitter drop before the end of the... I feel it's too big to be a Twitter drop. Maybe the Game Awards. So Balan Wonderland had no playtesters. It's possible. There are companies that, I don't want to name names, but there are studios I have heard behind the scenes from other developers that don't hire playtesters. They playtest themselves. So the developers who are making the game also do the playtesting, and then it doesn't get played by, an outside person until QA. And it doesn't really matter at that point if QA kind of tells you the game sucks. That's not your job as a QA tester. QA tester, you're supposed to push the game to the limits and find the game-breaking bugs. And then log them. That's what a QA tester does. Not every company factually hires playtesters, and they should. They absolutely should. But, sometimes you don't have the budget and other reasons. And if a developer plays it and, oh, yeah, I made this game and I played it and I think it's great. A lot of indie games, as an example, no playtesters. They don't hire playtesters, right? So, Celeste probably was never playtested by anyone but the developers. No outside person hired to playtest. Guaranteed. Fantastic game. Hollow Knight, same thing. It's 3 people on Hollow Knight. No playtesters. So you don't need playtesters to make great games, but they really help ensure the quality is maintained. Because it's somebody who's not part of the development team that's okay, let's see, does this suck? Okay, you think it's amazing, but are gamers going to think it's amazing? Again, not every company hires them. Some AAA companies don't even hire them. If they did, there wouldn't be so many damn issues with certain games at launch. Anyways, you guys know something like this. So what are you guys' thoughts on all this? Andrew Abrams says, why do people not like Super Metal Dave? What kind of drama is this? I've never heard of it. He seems like a nice enough guy. Also, I mentioned it briefly before. Super Metal Dave is very nice, but there was a time back in the day, before Switch came out, when he was basically saying the Switch is not going to be a hybrid system. It's going to be a standard console, and it's going to use AMD parts. And he was very adamant about it. He had his own quote-unquote sources on it. But Emily Rogers and other Nintendo insiders like, no, it's a hybrid. It's using NVIDIA, right? Which is what it was. And the insiders and leakers were correct. But he kept saying, I have my own sources, plus the history of Nintendo to say this is not happening. And he was very, argumentative about it. Very pushy about it. Every video he put out made it seem like he was stating facts, when really he was stating speculation combined with some things he's hearing, rather than it being facts. So he basically put a flag in the ground and said, the Switch is using AMD. Imagine that I did these rumor videos, right? Like today, I did one on Ocarina of Time HD and Majora's Mask HD. And in the video, I would say, we are 100% getting Ocarina of Time HD and Majora's Mask HD. And I didn't state it as that's my opinion. I just said, it's happening. It's a fact. No, it's a rumor. I still don't think we're getting Ocarina of Time HD and Majora's Mask HD. But that's besides the point. It's a rumor. Okay? It's clearly stated in the title as a rumor. And when I make my thoughts known, I usually state, in my opinion, this is what I feel, etc., etc. I don't feel we're getting Ocarina of Time HD and Majora's Mask HD, but Game Over Jesse clearly thinks we are. So it's one of those, hey, I'm going to present to you the information, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, I didn't hear it from Nintendo. So, and that's why I label things the way that I do, to make it kind of clear. He wasn't doing that back then. He was very forceful about it and very argumentative with these people. And then when he was wrong, he didn't apologize. It was kind of a crappy thing to do. So that's all about Super Metal Dave, though. He's a genuinely nice guy. I've met him before, so it's not just someone I've seen on the internet. I've actually met him in person. He is a nice guy. I think he learned a lot from that situation. His videos now are very much obviously speculation versus stated 100% facts. He still meanders with the titles and the thumbnails a little bit to make them seem like they're a bit more real than they actually are. But then when you listen to him talk, it's very clear he's speculating more so than stating absolute facts, which is the way to go. So that's fine. His content's gotten a lot better over the years, and we've had him on the podcast before. He's a tough podcast guest because his internet isn't always the greatest. So he'll come into us on Discord and he'll just keep cut. And then his camera will freeze, and hopefully he's got this sorted out. It's not his fault. There's crappy ISPs out there. My ISP can be crappy once in a while. It's been pretty decent since I upgraded to a business line, but even I still get drops now and then. Hopefully not during E3. That would suck. Imagine getting drops during E3, and then I'm like, oh, I better run it off my phone. Come on, Verizon. Yeah, no, we're not running this whole stream off my phone. That would be insane. All right. Interesting update. Fingers crossed for some gameplay of Metroid Prime 4. Maybe Metroid Prime Trilogy HD, says Red Chaos 173. In my personal, every insider has said the Metroid Prime Trilogy HD is done for Switch. It's just done. It's been done since 2018, and Nintendo's just sitting on it because they don't want to release it without being able to show Metroid Prime 4. That seems to be the consensus. When it was done in 2018, I think they thought they'd be showing off Metroid Prime 4 by the end of 2018. Instead, they changed developers. So, that put a kink in the plans. Then COVID happened. That puts a kink in the plans. So, it's kind of if they show Metroid Prime 4 this year, I'm very confident we might get Metroid Prime Trilogy then this year for the 35th anniversary. I know 2D Metroid's also a big thing that's being talked about as well by Mercury's team. So, could be a double whammy of Metroid this year. But Metroid Prime 4 factually coming next year. But we'll see. Maybe it will come out this year. I have no idea, right? I'm banking more on Breath of the Wild coming out this year, Breath of the Wild 2, than that. Obviously, Breath of the Wild's already out. It always happens. The cool stuff. It always happens while you're working. Yeah, I work from home right now, which is why I'm able to do YouTube videos during the day. Usually one. Sometimes I find time to do two or three. Um, Jared is going to the Nintendo New York on launch for what? For Metroid Prime 4? Just reading the chat here. Remember, if you guys have any questions for me, you at me in the chat, at Nintendo Prime in the chat. It highlights it for me. I do read the chat and grab some things once in a while. But yeah. So besides Metroid Prime 4, I want to know what your hopes for Nintendo's future are. So, like, what do you hope they do at E3? What do you hope they drop at the end of the year? What do you hope their 2022 lineup looks like? What's your roadmap for Nintendo from now all the way up till whenever you think their next system is coming, the next generation system? And then what do you think the next generation system is going to be? When do you think that system is going to land? Like, let's talk. Open floor conversation. You guys have the floor now. You tell me, you at me, you let me know what you want to talk about, and we will get it going. That's what we're going to do for the rest of the stream. That's pretty typical of a lot of these nightly streams. They usually have one or two topics, and then bam, the floor is open. So the floor is open, and I'm giving you a topic to run with. It's up to you if you decide to run with it. Seagull72 says, do you think Breath of the Wild 2 will be multiplayer? If so, how would that even work? I said yesterday it will not be multiplayer. Game Over Jesse on the podcast said it will. Now, he's not saying that he's heard anything other than an old Eiji Anomo quote that said, "Hey, I want to make a multiplayer Zelda." But yeah, I don't think it's going to be. So I don't even want to try to justify how it could happen. There are ways that it could happen, but I would say go ask Game Over Jesse sometime. He will definitely expound on it. Like he did on the podcast. Or you can go back and watch the podcast or listen to it on wherever you prefer to listen to podcasts. I know what's up. I see someone said Jinchurki89 wants a banger shooter like Call of Duty, but maybe Battlefield 6, right? And not ideal, but is that possible through xCloud? Not ideal. Again, streaming an online multiplayer game, not ideal. But if that's what it takes, and it can run okay, and they keep the servers just to people who stream, so everyone's dealing with the same issue, just an idea. I'm just floating that out there. I don't know if it's a smart thing to do. There are shooters that are on streaming services, so I really hope we get the return of Mario and Luigi series, the Squirrel Mario 247. Yeah, we got that, Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story or something a while ago. It would be nice to see like an original game come back in that franchise. I agree there. Brian C. said, I have learned not to expect anything specific. I just hope they continue to provide high-quality fun experiences. Me too, my man. Me too. Mario Kart 9 when? So rumors have it that they're working on a new likely kart game of some kind, whether it's Nintendo Kart, Mario Kart 9. My feeling is if it doesn't come this year, I don't see it coming in 2022 because I feel like we're getting to the final couple years of Switch at that point, and I don't think they want to release Mario Kart 9 at the end, even though they could re-release it as a deluxe version on the next-gen system as a launch game. I get it. So they could double dip pretty rapidly within 3-4 years. That's what they did with Mario Kart 8. So it absolutely could happen that way, and maybe it will. But possibly this year or early next year. Otherwise, I don't know if we're getting it on this gen at all. But that's my opinion. Again, they saw it with Mario Kart 8. They were able to double dip in sales with that within a few years of each other. So who's to say they can't just do that again? They absolutely could. So, Sab Vasquez, welcome to the stream, man. He says, hey, Nate, channel looks great, man. I'm hoping they show us Mario Kart 9, Breath of the Wild 2, and a new Star Wars Rogue Leader. That is quite the lineup. Also would like a new IP announced. I think we're going to see Monolith Soft's new IP. Just throwing, I don't know what it is. Medieval high fantasy, something like that. That's what the hiring posts seem like, but concept art. But I think we're going to see their new IP. I think they've been working on it for like 5 years. So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed on it. let's see here. We got Deadman Walking 89 says, do you think the Loftwing and Zelda amiibo is the only new one? Or do you think they'll have some other new ones for Breath of the Wild 2? So it is the only one for Skyward Sword. What's really weird is we just found out today that no other amiibos are going to work with Skyward Sword HD. Just the Zelda and Loftwing amiibo. The weird thing about that is there's a Link Skyward Sword amiibo that's been out for a long time. And that is not compatible with Skyward Sword HD. How could you have a Link Skyward Sword amiibo that's not compatible with Skyward Sword HD? So, yeah. Only the Zelda and Loftwing one for that. Now, as for new amiibo for Breath of the Wild 2, absolutely. Absolutely, there'll be new amiibo for it. What they're going to be, I don't know. But there's going to be new amiibo for Breath of the Wild 2. They did a massive lineup of amiibo for Breath of the Wild, and they all sold out like crazy. So, yeah, they're going to do another round with new characters. Whatever new characters are going to appear in the game. Will Digimon be at E3? Just asking. You got it pre-ordered? Don't know. I haven't heard anything on Digimon. Possibly. I don't pay a lot of attention to that IP. So I'm not going to sit there and like pretend that I'm really up to date on it. Maybe there is information out there. It's just not something I'm highly interested in. But hey, Digimon Digital Monsters, man. Digimon the champion. Oh, better be careful. You know, you throw theme songs out there, even like 2 seconds, you get copyright claim. Sips Extra Wacky Harley Saunders said, all I'm going to say is I hope they realize why Breath of the Wild and Odyssey were successful, and that they do revolutionize both series and expand on what they've done. Best time to be a Zelda fan. We hope so. I hope so. I mean, they even did like a remastering, or whatever you want to call it, maybe, or you want to call it a remake, of Link's Awakening. That was great. Like, it's kind of nice. Age of Calamity, pretty good. What's next? Skyward Sword HD? All right. Well, that's a little controversial, but what's next after that? Hopefully Breath of the Wild 2? Zelda 35? I don't know. Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask HD? And hopefully not just like up-reses of the N64. Anyways, we'll see what happens. Let's see here. Odyssey TCs, I need Breath of the Wild 2 themed Switch Pro announced before the end of the year. Yeah. I'm starting to get this feeling we're not going to get a Zelda themed Switch of any kind. But I mean, if we get Switch Pro before the end of the year, give it to me. Make that thing into the Sheikah Slate, even though I don't know if the Sheikah Slate's going to play a huge role in this game. I think Zelda's going to have the Sheikah Slate, and if Zelda's not playable, then the Sheikah Slate isn't really going to be a part of the game. Let me see here. Andrew Abraham said, I just want Nintendo to pay more attention with respect to the Metroid franchise as a whole. It's a fantastic franchise that has influenced a lot of the best games coming out recently, especially from the indie realm, right? A lot of indie games are very Metroid inspired. I'll just say this. Rumor has it, 2D, a brand new, not a remake, a brand new 2D Metroid game, I'm side-scrolling, I presume, is being made by Mercury Steam. Okay, so if you enjoyed Metroid Samus Returns, which was a remake or remastering, whatever you want to call that, yeah, they're supposedly making a new one. That's some mad respect. If they bring back Metroid Prime Trilogy in HD with traditional controls and motion controls, that's some mad respect. If they could show us Metroid Prime 4 this year, even if it doesn't come out this year, that is some mad respect, as long as it looks good, right? So they have a chance here this year to redeem Metroid fans. So let's see what happens. Obviously, Metroid Prime 4 is the ultimate redemption whenever that comes out. Hopefully, it comes out on Switch at all. I really hope that's not like a forever in development hell game that doesn't even come out this gen. That would suck since it was announced in 2017. How long have you been doing YouTube, and what's your favorite Zelda game of all time, says Serpentine Gaming? So this channel has existed for 8 years. I was there day one. This channel existed because I said we should make one. Way back in the day, this channel used to be called the Zelda Informer YouTube channel. Zelda Informer really wasn't a YouTube channel. It was a traditional Zelda news fan site that blew up. It went from, like, when I joined it as editor-in-chief, it was getting like 50 to 200 views a day. So by the time I left, it was getting 50,000 views a day, 9 years later, and getting millions of views a month. And having a Facebook page that I founded that ended up growing up to 950,000 plus people a fan of that page. We had a Twitter account that blew up to 50,000 followers. Our YouTube channel, we did some sparing content. If you go back and look at some of our top viewed videos, you'll notice they're all old Zelda videos from like 9 years ago. Some of them like Spirit Tracks walkthroughs because we had a review copy of Spirit Tracks, so we did some walkthroughs for that. At least of the boss fights, and just various stuff we've done on the channel over the years. But we never really did anything serious on the channel. Maybe the Zelda Informer podcast was like the one thing we did, and I ran that back in the day. Otherwise, didn't really do YouTube seriously until 2017. When I was kicked out as Zelda Informer. I don't want to get into that story. I negotiated getting this YouTube channel since the owner already had a YouTube channel with the Zelda Dungeon YouTube channel. So like with 100,000 plus subscribers, what the hell did you need this channel for? And my face was already in videos on this channel. I already was the face of the channel. So I got this channel, and then as 2017 progressed, I didn't know what I was going to do with it. I rebranded it. And once we got past E3 2017, I started doing more and more YouTube content. So I would say I've probably been doing YouTube content for about 3 years, or 3.5 years, seriously. And we went from 18,000 subscribers to where we are now, where we're almost at 69,000. So clearly I've been doing something right along the way. But there's been a lot of missteps as a YouTuber as well. I've made a lot of mistakes along the way. Our longtime viewers know about several of them. And they can attest where my channel is today is like, I don't think they ever saw this a year ago. They did not see my channel. I guarantee there's not a single longtime viewer that was watching a year ago that thought this channel would be where it is right now, where we're doing this massive E3 event where, I mean, look at this. Look at my, I'm live streaming on a day, what is it, Thursday? I'm live streaming on like a random Thursday in May. Look what this looks like. Longtime viewers, look at what is happening right now. How did I go from like where I used to be, and the guy that had a heart attack and all this crazy crap happened, and just tanking my YouTube channel to this? How the hell did this happen? And it's not like it just flipped the switch and changed one day, right? It evolved into this, and I love it. Kind of crazy, man. Thinking about the whole journey. About 3.5 years, I'd say I've been doing it seriously. But the anniversary for this being Nintendo Prime is like May 1st, 2017. Let's see here. Any chance that Persona 5 Royal comes on Switch? If so, when do you think there will be an announcement? Been waiting, hoping for years now. So obviously we got Joker. We ended up getting Persona 5 Scramble, right? And apparently Persona 5 Scramble massively outperformed expectations. I think they made Atlas, right? I think Atlas is the company running that. I think they came out and talked about how impressed they were with the sales on Switch, which tells me they might have regretted they didn't put some version of like the normal Persona 5 on Switch. You know, Persona. I've never played Persona, but it seems like they make a zillion versions of the same game. Maybe it's not the same. I don't know. Okay, I can't keep up. Like you type in Persona 5 and you'll see like what 15 different versions. That's insane. But is there a chance it comes over? Sure, especially if we get xCloud. Even without xCloud, I still think there's a chance it comes over. The thing is, by the time it comes over, though, they might already be moving on to Persona 6. I think right now we need to get Shin Megami Tensei 5 out first. Let's get what is supposed to be Switch exclusive from that company out, and then let's go back to Persona 5. Shin Megami Tensei was supposed to release like 2 years ago. Now it's supposed to release last year. Then COVID happened. Now it's supposed to release this year. Still haven't seen it. Like, can we see this game that you keep saying is supposed to come out every year? Like, they act like it's almost done, and then they don't show us it. So that's something that I want to see before we worry about Persona 5. Let's see. Unspecified kart racing game. Diddy Kong Racing! F-Zero! If you consider that like a kart racer, kind of. Yeah, dude. Diddy Kong Racing was great. It was just a nice change of pace. Let's see here. Scrolling on down here. I know I'm a little bit behind on the chat. That's just the way it goes. I try to get to every question that I can. Hope to see a new IP with a realistic art style like Geist and Devil's Third, says Shiny Ray 01. If you want your questions to pop right up to the top, that's literally like the point of Super Chats, right? It's to get your message right up at the top. Because I'm always behind in the chat usually because I'm trying to get to everyone's questions. Also, I hope they revive custom Robo and Wave Race 1080 snowboarding. Yeah, all those would be great. Deadman Walk said, "Oh, interesting. Thanks for answering. I didn't ever use my amiibo anyways, just for display. I got to find me a Loftwing one somehow." Yeah, not all the pre-orders have been up. There's several outlets that have. I think it's just GameStop and Best Buy that put up pre-orders and sold out. There's many other retailers still that are going to put up pre-orders. So just kind of, pay attention throughout the day, every day as pre-orders start to open up. Some GameStops are still taking pre-orders in person, by the way. They'll order it online, but that's because they have specified amount that are coming to their store. So your local GameStop might not be sold out, potentially. Think we're going to see Xenoblade X? I think eventually. Rusty says, does Samus Hunter know anything about possible Nintendo and Xbox collabs? No. Not yet, anyways. How's my week bed? Zach Karinsky, welcome, man. How's my week bed? Don't get too stressed about it. Yeah, man. I'm not gonna lie. It is stressful. I have my ebbs and my flows every day with it. Like I'm like super excited, but also like look at where my channel is. Maybe I should just be confident. Clearly, I know what I'm doing, or at least all these companies think I know what I'm doing. And maybe I'm fooling them all. Maybe I'm hoodwinking them. One last hurrah before I tank the channel. I'm just kidding. Let's see here. Christopher Calaza says, future of Nintendo has to include major revamped virtual console. Samus Hunter did say we're getting that. Let's see, you're scrolling on down. Brian C says, always believed you would get where you wanted to be. Always love your energy. That's one thing. I have had energy over the years. Not always. Sometimes I've had some bad juju energy, but not now. Maybe I'm happy in my like outside of work, outside of YouTube life. I'm happy in my personal life. So that helps. That helps keep the energy up too. Are you expecting an HD remake with Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask? I'm not expecting it, but Game Over Jesse keeps saying we're getting it. So take that for what you will. He claims he has sources connected to Nintendo. Yes, I did have a heart attack back in 2018. Let's see here. Wait, was it 2018? Yeah, 2018. Wait, 18 or 19? God, why can't I remember? I'm having a brain fart. I'm gonna go look at my medical files. Yeah, it's kind of a big event to not like remember. It was October. God, whatever. Doesn't really matter. It's in my past. I try not to think about it because it's what kicked off my weight loss journey. So that would be 2019 then. October of 2019. That's right. It happened the year I lost my good paying job on January 1st of 2019, and that's the same year that I had my heart attack. So it was October of 2019. Let's see here. Zachary says, I can attest to that on every live stream, but I've been watching you over the 2 years, and your growth has been amazing. Great work. Thanks, man. Synergy Deluxe said, I'm starting the Nintendo News Leaks Entertainment YouTube and Twitter account. Any advice for staying out of trouble? What kind of disclaimer should I use when talking about leaks? If you're not the source, it's all rumors. If you're just covering other people's stuff, it's all rumors. If you are the source, well, then you don't even call it a leak. You don't even call it a rumor. You just say, this is the information that I have. But like, there's a lot of people that do that already, and most of them have their own sources that are unique to them. So if you don't have your own unique sources, I probably wouldn't do that. Outside of Zelda, a Nintendo cart, and Metroid, what is something we'll see at E3? 2D Metroid, Donkey Kong as well. Donkey Kong and 2D Metroid, I'm locking those in as my expectations for E3. Outside of that, I'm leaving the door open. I'm not even gonna believe Breath of the Wild 2 is there until I see it. Like, I feel like it's gonna be there, but like, I need to see it. But I'm gonna lock in my Donkey Kong and 2D Metroid expectations. I expect, maybe I shouldn't, but I expect to see them there. It's definitely the same game. Hello, what's up, Rick Smith? How's it going, man? Oh, thanks, man. That's good to know. Loftwing pre-orders. Yep. No problem, man. Zach Rizzi says, I want Nintendo to continue pushing more single-player open-world games. But Metroid Prime is open as well as Monolith Soft's new IP. Hey, I caught up to the chat. Brian C wants to see Bayonetta 3. Me too. I want to believe that it's going to come out this year. But we'll see. Narwhal Gaming Variety welcome says, please let me bounce on tires, man. I need to swing on vines, man. Yeah. Oh, man. Not me, Nate. Not you what? Oh, you don't want to see Bayonetta 3? Why? Why does it matter if you see Bayonetta 3 or not? Like, if you're not into Bayonetta, who cares? Let other people enjoy it, you know? Oh, man. Dude, I had a stroke in 2012 or a heart attack. What? If you had... What are you talking about? Are you trying to make fun of me? Because I couldn't remember at the exact moment during a live stream? Okay, it's 2019. Took me a second to get there. It's not something I think about every goddamn day. Jeez. I also had a damn TBI. Not something I talk about anymore. God. It's the reason I don't bring up my personal shit anymore. Leave it alone. Jesus Christ. Sorry, God. All right. Think there's ever going to be a chance we'll see a sequel to Metroid Fusion? It was my first handheld Metroid, so I love it to this day. I love it. I don't know. Probably not. I just don't expect sequels to any of the old Metroid games. Just something new and fresh. Think that's gonna be a chance. Oh, I already read that one. What was all that hidden for? What happened? Did he spam it? Oh, yeah. Don't spam, guys. You don't need to spam your questions a bunch. Just at me. If you at me in the chat, I'm probably gonna get to your question. If you at me, put the at in the very first time you ask the question. If you didn't do it, rephrase the question and then at me again. Don't just copy paste your question and spam it. That's not a good. We don't want spam. It just clogs up the chat, and I'm more likely to ignore what you're saying, and you're more likely to get timed out than I am going to answer your question. So when you come off your timeout, Omari GT, like, hey, rephrase your question and then at me, and I will try to answer it. Yeah. Let's you guys got any more questions? Shall I just go on to talk about some other news? Because the floor is your guys. Whatever you guys want me to talk about, like let's talk. How likely do you think it is to get a brand new 2D Zelda, not a remake, during the Switch's lifespan? So I have like a faint hope that Grezzo is working on a 2D Zelda game, a new one, but I kind of don't expect it, and I kind of don't expect one during Switch's life beyond remakes. That's just me. I want to be wrong, but I think they're just so focused on like the Breath of the Wild style games that I think this is gonna be like that gen where they just don't really release a new one. Jim Kula says, did you see the very reliable leaker Practical Brush said on Reddit that Samus Hunter is a copycat? Yeah, so yeah, let's address that. You guys want to talk about that? That was brought up. Let's talk about it. That's cool. So Practical Brush, the reason that people listen to him is because he's been very reliable in the past, right? Very reliable leaker. And he doesn't post that very often, by the way. It's like once or twice a month, and sometimes he has some cool stuff to say. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he does like Nintendo Direct dumps like the day before or the day of a Direct before, right? Like one of the Nintendo Direct dumps he dumped it like an hour before the Direct started, and we knew everything that was going to be in the Direct because of him. So clearly he has some access somewhere, and he's very random and sporadic about it, which probably prevents him from being caught by Nintendo. But here's the thing. He came out and he laughed when people brought up Samus Hunter and said Samus Hunter is just a copycat and just getting all their information from other leakers, other legit leakers. And then he linked to a Reddit thread where someone was trying to prove that all of Samus Hunter's information comes from other leakers. What happened was they came up with 4 things, okay? They came up with 4 things that Samus Hunter was right about, that she technically was not the first person to say it, right? It came from other leakers, or you could say other leakers said it first, okay? So that was like the big smoking gun. Samus Hunter is not a real leaker because these 4 things, the only 4 things we could find that clearly other people said first that came true, she wasn't the first one to say it, so she just copied it as if she was a source on it. ignoring the fact that all the inside leakers are always sharing the same information. Like Emily Rogers will share the same things as Practical Brush, which will share the same things as, Zippo, share the same things as Nate the Hate. Like, literally, we'll hear the same thing from like a bunch of different people. So I don't know why that was considered a smoking gun. And what was really funny was those 4 things that came up with, or maybe it was 5. She's gotten over 60 things correct in the last year. Name me one leaker that has leaked 60 different things for Nintendo in the last year and gotten all of them right. Oh, by the way, also leaked screenshots, by the way, of things for Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter Stories before they were announced. And then those screenshots were in the announcements. Tell me how many leakers were doing that. I'll give you the answer. None. So, like, when people doubt that she has a connection, and by the way, I've already independently verified that she has a connection. I can't tell you where. She's publicly said it's in marketing, but I'm not going to tell you where it's at. What I know is she's had more right than any other leaker in the last year. That's the facts. Believe what you want. You can think she's fake. I really don't care. I just know, here's my thing. Whether she is legit or not legit, here's all I care about as a content creator. Can I rely on the information that I get from her to be true? Well, when you get 60 things in a row correct, at some point, whether you're the originating source or not, I don't give a shit. Because here's the bottom line. Leaked information is information Nintendo did not want out. You're not going to have any real names attached. You're not going to have any sources attached. It's all unverifiable information by the general public. We cannot verify it, right? So what do we care about? That we trust people that are giving us correct information that proves to be correct over time. So I don't give a shit if she's the originating source or not. If everything she posts is always correct, I'm going to keep covering it. I don't care where she's getting it from. If it's all correct, what the fuck do I care? I don't know who the Samus Hunter is. I don't know her name. I don't know Practical Brush's name. Emily Rogers, that's not even her real name. I don't know these people's names. So, like, I don't give a shit. I just care that, like, oh my God, look at all these things you keep getting right. All right, it's worth talking about because it's probably going to be right because everything else is right. And that's what really matters. And that's what really matters to me as someone who makes content. Because I don't want to present a bunch of fake shit. The thing is, she keeps getting everything right. So, don't feel like I am presenting fake shit. So, Practical Brush can think what he wants. There is something to say that it's possible that Practical Brush is potentially jealous because Samus Hunter is getting more information than he is. But I don't know. Other leakers aren't calling out Samus Hunter, notably. They're just not. They're factually not calling her out, so don't really care. No. Oh, sorry. The way the way the comment came across to me when you were saying, like, it sounded like you were mocking me for not remembering which year it happened in. That's why I don't want to insinuate that you were attacking me, Nick, for it. It just felt like because I couldn't remember if it was 2018 or 2019, and this exact moment that's like, oh man, he's faking it or something, right? It's just the way it kind of comes across when you. Anyways. That's why I don't talk about my personal shit. It doesn't really matter. Who really cares? The only person that should care is me, and then I'm taking care of myself. Do you think that the Breath of the Wild sequel will get the same popularity of Breath of the Wild? No. It's not going to sell 20 plus million, I don't think. Now, will it sell 10? Yes. Will it hit 15? Maybe. I don't think it's going to hit 20 plus. I don't think there's enough time left in the Switch's life to do that. Now, if it re-releases with a deluxe version with all the DLC they're probably going to release with it later, and then they re-release that on the next platform, yeah, okay, it'll cross 20 million collectively. But I think Breath of the Wild was on 4 years on the market. I don't think Breath of the Wild 2 is going to be on the market for 4 years before the Switch is replaced. That's my thing. So I don't think Breath of the Wild 2 is going to be out long enough to hit those sales. You can also counter argue, but there's so many more Switches now. You're right, and I could be wrong. And maybe it blows Breath of the Wild out of the damn water. Maybe it sells 30 million. I have no idea, right? This is all just me looking at history and making a projection. Who knows? Maybe it sells 20 million in the first month. Possible. Possible. Let's see here. Do you think some Nintendo would leak some of their stuff through a third party? That's always been like a running theory that some companies put certain information out there through leakers intentionally, either to fish out employees that are leaking things or to just gauge the interest of the general public. When Switch leaks were getting out there, which is really dumb because like the entire concept of the Switch was in Nintendo's patents. But anyways, yeah, to like float. Sometimes you want to do companies float it out there to get the public reaction to decide if they want to go forward with something or not. I'm sure that happens on some level. I'm not sure that happens with Nintendo. I'm not sure they intentionally leak anything. But I mean, who knows? Nobody actually knows but Nintendo and the higher ups at Nintendo or anyone that might be involved with it. Let's see. So AIV or Alv says, are leakers getting something out of it, or is this stuff just for street cred? I agree with you. Who cares about the source as long as the info's right? Yeah, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. I just want to, I'll label it all correctly. No matter how many times Samus Hunter is correct, I'm still going to label things correctly as like leaks or rumors or whatever, and we're just going to leave it at that. But yeah, coming from certain people, it has an air of authority to it, but it's, it still is what it is until it's announced. The thing is, I think some of them you could argue do it for clout. They just like attention. And that's fine. Some of them do it just because it makes them feel. See, this is where it's not so much street cred. It's going to sound like street cred, but everyone wants to, especially in the Nintendo community, everyone wants to feel some sort of importance in that community. Not necessarily street cred, but they want to find their way into the Nintendo community that makes people maybe pay attention to them and care about them and talk to them. And because there's millions of Nintendo fans, right? Like I kind of look at it like I'm a decently popular YouTuber. I'm not, a big. I don't think I'm that big of a deal. There's many YouTubers bigger than me, but I'm obviously decent at what I do. I'm okay at it. I'm okay enough to have a following. I'm okay enough on a random Thursday when other YouTubers in my space are having podcast. Like I think Player Essence is streaming right now. Game Over Jesse has his podcast going right now. You would figure I'd have a lot of crossover with some of these YouTubers that are streaming right now. And here I am with 160 plus people watching me on a Thursday when other people are also doing content. Clearly what I'm doing is working, and I'm semi-successful at this stuff. And people look at this, and some people want to be me. They just want the attention of people. They want people to care about their thoughts and their opinions on things. And, Samus Hunter, in some of the stuff she puts out, sometimes she admits, I'm just speculating. I'm just guessing. This is what I know, and this is what I think is going to happen. And sometimes it feels good to have people care about what your thoughts are on this stuff. And I think all Nintendo fans, and I can't speak for each and every one of you, but from my experience in the Zelda community and now in the broader Nintendo community, is that fans like when they feel like their opinion is being heard and that people want to hear it. It's not for clout. It's just it feels good that someone cares about what you're going to say. Does that make sense? And I feel like that's why some people like Samus Hunter, and I've had private conversations with Samus Hunter, I don't get the feeling that it's clout. She'll defend herself. But I think it's just, it feels good that people care about stuff that you say. I mean, I say that as a YouTuber. It feels good that I can have 160 plus people on a random Thursday in May. It feels good that I have an audience to talk to. I feel like I talk to you guys about anything. If I wanted to talk to you about my life, I could. I'm not going to, like my personal life, but I feel like I could if I really need it. If I was really down in the dumps, I feel like I could, right? I feel like, I have an audience of people that clearly care what my opinions are on things. And that feels nice. It's just a nice feeling. It's a warm, fuzzy feeling it gives you, It creates a community, and it does feel nice when like maybe you're like the center of that community. At Nintendo Prime, the YouTube channel, I'm the center of the community, and it feels kind of cool. I don't know, is that clout? Does that? I don't know. It doesn't feel like clout to me, but maybe it is. I don't know. Do you guys feel like I care about clout? I just try to entertain and passionately talk about Nintendo and hope that people want to listen. I'm not a leaker. I didn't build my audience by me having exclusive information on anything. I'm not the source of any of this crap. Other people are covering it. Let's see here. Do you think if Breath of the Wild was in 29-22, you will get to Game of the Year, especially? I think you meant 2022. I don't know. But we don't know what the other platforms are doing, even this year, let alone next year. So it's hard to debate on if it could win Game of the Year next year. I think any year the Breath of the Wild sequel comes out, it could win Game of the Year, and it's going to get Game of the Year votes, and it's probably going to win Game of the Year at some places. But again, we have to see what the wider landscape of games are. And right now, we don't even know what the wider landscape of games are going to be with anyone for the second half of the year, besides Halo Infinite, which seems like a certainty. And it's supposedly Horizon Forbidden West, maybe. So we kind of got to wait and see what the lineup looks like. We know we're getting Final Fantasy VII, Redux or whatever this summer. So let's just wait and see what the landscape looks like as the year goes on. Let's see here. Do you think there'll be a multiplayer Metroid Prime 4? I don't think so. I personally don't think they're going to touch multiplayer. And I think they're going to return to the roots of Metroid Prime and just focus on a single player experience. Is Super Mario Party 2 going to be announced at E3? So, Kyle Kickert. So, when the news initially broke from Zippo, he called it Super Mario Party 2. Samus Hunter came out and clarified there is a new Mario Party game coming out, and it might get talked about at E3. Because Samus Hunter, I want to be clear, Samus Hunter does not know what's going to be talked about at E3 yet. So, as she's mentioned, she sees marketing material. She hasn't seen E3 marketing material yet. So, since she hasn't seen it yet, she's not really sure. She thinks we'll see it at E3, but she's not sure. But she has heard and seen evidence that a new Mario Maker is in the works, and she gave some details on what she's heard about the Mario Maker, the focus on, on stages, on boards, right? New gameplay modes, all this stuff. The focus on online and new modes for that. So, and she said it's going to be a new Mario Party. But it's not going to be Super Mario Party 2. They're not going to call it that. They're not going to call it Super Mario Party. It's going to be its own name, or it's going to be another numbered entry. But we'll see what happens. Could it be at E3? Sure. Anything could be at E3 that we've heard of. Could also not be at E3. Let's see here. The Age of Calamity Japanese Twitter account tweeted what is going to be in the bonus DLC coming next week, and I think Samus Hunter was correct. Let me look for news on that quick, because I thought it was weird that they didn't do any like big deal with what that DLC is, right? Like, it felt weird that like it comes next week, right? I think it comes out next week, doesn't it? Yeah, so I'm still not seeing news on it. Now I can go to the Japanese Twitter. I think I'm following it. See if we can go to God. The problem is I can't type in Japanese characters. Yeah, I think I can Google it. Japanese Hyrule Warriors account. Whoops. Hit F11. Damn it. Account. Twitter. Pretty sure I'm following it. Here's a Reddit thread that I think links to the account. Come on, Reddit. Are you gonna load? No. Come on, Reddit. I know you're looking to it. There it is. Come on. Let me get to that Twitter. There we go. I knew I could find it somewhere. Oh, that's right. Zelda _ Musa. That's right. Come on. Zelda _ Musa. 3 tweets in the last hour. All right, let's see what Google Translate is saying about the tweets. So Google Translate, let's see here. Why are you not popping up, Google Translate? Oh, that's right. I got to open the full tweet. So Google Translate is saying, In their most recent thing, it says, with the start of sales of the expansion pass and the set product with the main story, the purchase will be delivered on May 28th, which we already kind of knew that date. So May 28th, next week. That's the next Friday, right? Costume for Link. We'll have a prototype ancient weapon, a weapon for Link, prototype ancient. Oh yeah. Okay, she mentioned some of this stuff, and the ancient armor. She did mention some of that stuff. What else? What else did they reveal here? Then they did a tweet 9 minutes ago. Let's see what this translated tweet says. The name of the content to be added to the expansion pass has been decided. The first is called Ancient Heartbeat. Again, this is Google Translate. It's probably not called Ancient Heartbeat and Guardian of Recollection Guardian. Okay, Google Translate's not 100% correct. So these are the names of the 2 expansion passes. But again, this is just Google Translate. So I don't speak Japanese, can't read Japanese. So I'm reliant on that in the moment. News is going to break, but this all happened in the last 10 minutes. So news is going to break on this everywhere soon with people like on Nintendo Everything. It'll break there, and they have people who translate Japanese at Nintendo Everything. Additional content for the expansion pass. The first is scheduled to be delivered by the end of June. The second is scheduled to be delivered by the end of November. Didn't we just go on to May 28th, though? Oh, no. The Armor Collection's coming May 28th. The full pass is coming by the end of June for the first one. The second one's coming at the end of November. That's okay. So some of the new like items and stuff like that will be added to the game, but the actual new content, end of June, end of November. And please wait for follow-up reports. And then was there one more tweet? Because it said 3 tweets in the last hour. Oh, yeah. This one as well. This one says, expansion pass goes, okay, you can buy, okay, this clarifies it, all right. You can purchase the expansion pass on May 28th. It doesn't come out May 28th. You can purchase the expansion pass May 28th. First one comes out end of June. Second one comes out end of November. In line with this, we have decided to sell a product that includes the main story and the expansion pass. So they're gonna sell they're gonna re-release Hyrule Warriors with the expansion, or Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity with the expansion pass. Don't know if they're gonna have a physical version, but so the main story plus expansion pass is for 10,420 yen, including tax. Expansion pass alone is for 2,500 yen. Which let me see what that converts to. Let me go yen to USD quick. So let's go with the combined yen to USD. So almost $100 for the combined. What is it? Is it $30? What's 2,500 yen? No, it's only 23. So it's probably gonna be like a $20 to $25 expansion pass, but it's gonna be $100 for the combo apparently in Japan, or $95 to be more correct. Anyways, yeah, that news just broke. Breaking news during the stream. Look at that. Official from the Zelda Muso. Again, don't take the names of the expansion pass as official. Google Translate. I can't imagine that that's some form of those names is probably correct, but like the exact wording of the names of the expansion passes is probably not correct. So there you go. Breaking news for Age of Calamity DLC. Excited? Is anyone planning to get the expansion pass for Age of Calamity DLC? Anyone at all planning to get it? We just had some news break on it live during our podcast. Anyone planning? Anyone at all? I am. Story? It has story. Give it to me. Got story. I want it. Give me all the story. Now, again, doesn't come till the end of June. The first part you can start purchasing next week. First part doesn't come till the end of June, and they still haven't really given us much details about what the hell is in these things. Okay, cool. There's some ancient armor, weapon stuff. Okay. But, like, what's the actual content? Not to dismiss, like, armor and weapons, but it's kind of like, okay, but, like, what's the real content? We don't know. Still don't know. We'll probably find out more at E3. I'm presuming we're going to see it at E3. If it's coming out at the end of June, we're going to hear about it at E3, right? They're going to show off the first expansion pass at E3. Well, the first part. 2 parts of the expansion pass. They're going to show off the first part at E3. I'm not sure you've seen the EU Steelbook of Sky. Come on. Was the EU version of the Steelbook shown off before I started this live stream? Yes. If it was shown off while I started this live stream, well, then, yeah, like the Age of Calamity stuff, maybe I missed it in the heat of the moment because I'm busy on stream, not looking up news. But, of course I saw it. And, of course, I'm mad. But I'm going to be cautiously optimistic that something like that will be announced here in the United States, and they're waiting for E3. It is cool. I like Steelbook editions. It's just kind of a unique thing. Like, if you're a collector, Steelbooks are kind of cool for a collector, right? Yeah, I know there's like a pin and whatever. Maybe I think a poster or something. I can't remember. But hey, it's cool. I want it here just for collectors' reasons. I'm a huge Zelda guy, if you couldn't tell. I mean, I got Skirvo here. I got literally Skirvo. I also have a Skyward Sword Link, but his sword is broken off right now. I gotta get that super glue back on. Like, come on, man. I'll take that Steelbook. Let's go. Yeah, thanks for the tips, guys. Thanks, Birdman. Have you ever played Breath of the Wild on CMU? My official public statement is, I do not support running ROMs. But to the question of, have I played Breath of the Wild in 4K? Anyways, it's so awkward to hear because it's like silent, even though I hope that was entertaining for you guys. But like, dropping a bomb here. All right. Nintendo everything tweeted about the DLC. Did they? All right, let's go check out Nintendo Everything's translation. They might have it on their website too. I'm gonna open up their website too, because I don't know if their Twitter account is gonna have the full translation or if they're just retweeting. Whoops, I typed Nintendo Everything. Let me. I follow Nintendo Everything. Yeah, okay. They have a. Okay, yeah, they have a story on this. Hold on. I think I'm gonna just go to their overall website. They gotta have, it's gotta be recent stories for them. Scrolling on down. Oh, maybe they don't have. They only have one post on it. All right. Well, let's read their one post. So it says, first look at Age of Calamity expansion pass purchase bonus. By the way, Link is wearing the ancient armor from Breath of the Wild. So if you know what that looks like, that's what he's wearing, along with one of the laser, I don't know, I can't remember what they're called, but the energy sword things, and then the ancient shield looking thing. So that if you play Breath of the Wild, you know what that looks like. That's what it looks like. It says when the expansion pass for Hyrule, because I'd throw it up on the screen for you, but the screen's not in frame right now. And I don't have a thing set up on here to like show you this. That's going to be different during E3. I'll be able to do that, but I can't right this second. So it says, when the expansion pass for Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity was announced earlier this year, we heard that a special bonus is planned. Those that purchase the DLC will gain access to an additional in-game weapon and costume for Link. We now know that bonus is the ancient armor and sword. Check out the design above. Again, you can go to NintendoEverything.com to see this. I think it's their top post right now. I'll link it in the chat here. I know the guy that runs Nintendo Everything, by the way. His name's also Brian. How about that, Brian C? Whoops. Go back. We now know the bonuses. Okay, these items can be used starting May 20. Okay, so you can use these items on May 28th. The first part of the Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity pass will arrive by the end of June, followed by the second drop at the end of November. But it didn't give us. See, the tweets inferred there were names. They must not have their I don't think Brian has his translator right now, because there was more information than this, but this is just stuff that I could glean from it, right? I could tell you, oh, you're getting this. Oh, it releases at this point. Oh, you can buy it next week. We talked about all that. There's no new information yet, so I don't think his translators have gotten back to him yet. They might not even be online right now, but we'll eventually get those tweets translated. Someone's gonna translate them.
Thank you, Brian C, for the $1.99.
Man, we haven't had a super chat in a while. I went kind of all out for that one. Thank you so much, Brian. Let me crack the beer for you. Omari GT, first stream you've been to? We have a lot of fun when super chats come in. Have a lot of fun. As always, if you are drinking with me tonight, drink responsibly, be of age in whatever country you're in. Don't be stupid. Don't overdrink. Don't get to the point you're going to be regretting it in the morning. But thank you so much for that support. I appreciate it. Got a lot of head on this shot because it's the first one out of the bottle. We're going to let that settle before we do that. That's a lot of slapping for $2, right? Hey, it's been a while, right? We had one like $5 pop off at the beginning. We're how long into this now? We're like an hour and a half into this live stream. We had one $5 and then one $2, right? It's been kind of a light stream. And that's all right. We had a lot more. We had a bunch of $5 donos yesterday during our podcast. I was very surprised. It's the most, I double checked, it is the most super chats we have had happen during a podcast ever. I'm not sure why. Maybe people really like the set. Or they like the guest and they really wanted to get their stuff in because we don't really answer the public chat much during podcasts because we already have set topics and guests and everything. But we do if you super chat. And I think that maybe is why people kind of went a little nuts yesterday because they really wanted to get their topic or get their question in while the show was going on. Anyways, cheers, man. Beer of choice tonight's Miller Lite. None of these people sponsor me. I need a drink sponsor, a beer sponsor, something. I have all these other companies. I have a t-shirt company that has nothing to do with gaming wanting to sponsor me just because they think I look good. Like, how do I not have a drink sponsor for E3? Because none of them answer my emails. That's why I've tried contacting them. So something Samus Hunter said was confirmed to be accurate in real time. Yes. Just so you guys, just to clarify, Samus Hunter was right again. For those that want to know, Samus Hunter said the content that we were supposed to get, in terms of the stuff they teased for early release for the new armor and all that, was the ancient armor set. Samus Hunter said that. So again, Samus Hunter, another step of approval. So yeah, in real time, we just saw Samus Hunter get confirmed again. It just doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. I'm telling you guys, Samus Hunter just keeps tossing up W's over and over and over again. I don't know how she does it. At some point, it's not a coincidence, but we're always going to treat it as such because I'm not talking to her sources. So, let me see here. What am I hoping for Pokemon Presents this June? As long as I see Pokemon Legends Arceus again, I'm good. Whatever else they do besides that's gravy. Like there's rumors of Detective Pikachu 2. There's, we're obviously gonna see Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl stuff. We're obviously probably gonna see some Pokemon Unite and other stuff that's already been announced. But I just want to see Pokemon Legends Arceus because out of all of the Pokemon stuff coming, that's the one I know I'm buying. I bought new Pokemon Snap, but that's the one I know that I'm purchasing. Get Pepsi. Pepsi. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Why? Like, okay. I don't like making fun of accents, but I gotta say, every time I go to my local China buffet, is there like a reason that I don't even know if they're Chinese. I know they seem Asian in descent. I don't know if they're actually Chinese at the Chinese restaurant. Maybe they're some other nationality. You just jump to China because it's a Chinese buffet. Every time they ask me what I want to drink, they always ask if I want a Pepsi. And I don't laugh at it, but it's kind of like, because they'll speak perfectly normal English to me, and all of a sudden when they trying to ask me if I want a Pepsi, they skip the second P. And I for the life of me, I can't figure out, like, it must be a cultural thing, like how they pronounce things in their language. I don't know, like, or is it just in my area? Is that just in my area? Is this not common? Maybe that's just common in my area. That's kind of the thing too. Like maybe that isn't a thing. It just feel like it's a thing, right? Because that's what. Yeah. Never heard of the peace sign. Yeah, right? That's the only place is my local China buffet. Where I know they're definitely Asian. I just, I'm not going to presume, where they're from. That's something that I'm surprised they never did with Amiibo. Imagine a smaller version and they're all Pokemon. That'll keep them cheaper and enable them to make more. Okay. All right. Detective Pikachu, dude. The movie was amazing and the game was amazing, right? Everything about Detective Pikachu was amazing. So Detective Pikachu 2, sweet. What's not amazing is it doesn't look like we're going to get a Detective Pikachu 2 movie. That sucks. But we'll see. You can get NSC.bin thing. No thanks. No thanks. Here's why I'm going to say no thanks to that. It's against the law. Like, Nintendo has legally shut down people pre-selling, selling them that have them preloaded. People are talking about where you could flash, because NFC is like an open technology, where you can flash Nintendo's Amiibo, essentially, the files of the Amiibo to, basically NFC thing. You can literally get, one card or, one digital thing. Some phones, even, you can, flash it all to your phone and just select Amiibo. So you don't even have to pay for the Amiibo. I get why people do it, especially since Amiibo are stupidly expensive, and then Nintendo does things like lock things behind it. It's all illegal and against the law. You're stealing Nintendo's IP. So I don't promote doing it. It is something people do. It's something some people are comfortable with. I will never do it. If I want it bad enough, I'll buy it. Maybe people in South Carolina got the extra P because my college team is Clemson, but so many people pronounce it Clemson. Clemson? Really? How? I mean, I don't know. We've always pronounced it Clemson, but we pronounce it the way they pronounce it on TV, like on ESPN and stuff, because that's where we usually first hear about Clemson. Game Boy Mini at E3, please. I mean, Game Boy Mini, N64 Classic. It's kind of weird we haven't got another classic system, right? Oh, NES Classic sold record numbers. SNES Classic sold record numbers. Oh, we're done making them. It's not like they have an N64 app on the, not that they have a Game Boy app. Okay. Okay, be done then. Fine. Cool. I understand some of the decisions they make sometimes. How do you highlight mentions like that? You do at Nintendo Space Prime. That's it. The at symbol, Nintendo Space Prime. And it will highlight the comment to me. It'll highlight it to me. Now, if you're talking about the super chat, if you're talking about how Brian got the vibes thing, that's a super chat. So if you hit the little money symbol and you give at least, I think, $2 to say, $1 is the lowest amount you can do. $2 is the lowest amount you can do and say something. And the more you donate, the more you're allowed to put in the highlighted message. So if you do a $5 donation, you can say more than the 2. You do a $500 donation, you can say more than all the rest. 'Cause I think that's the top super chat tier is 500, I think. I don't know. I've never gotten one. I have got some hundreds before. I've never gotten 5. I don't have those kind of high rollers up in here. Game Boy. What? Oh my God. Can we stop talking about illegal things, Omar GT, please? We are not a community that openly talks about the aspects of pirating games. Thanks. There are plenty of other places you can go to that. I think GBA Emu or whatever. I don't know. There's literally a whole websites out there dedicated to it. Go there if you want to talk about that stuff. I meant the orange thing on the message. Yeah, that's just adding people. The reason you don't see it, Omar GT, is someone has to at you. As an example, I'll at you in the chat right now. If I at your username, it'll highlight it for you, but not for anybody else. So if I do Omar, and then I go hi, and I go hi. See, for nobody else is that highlighted but you. That's how those highlights work. So if you at me, it highlights for me, but it doesn't highlight for anybody else. Um, um, though you staring at me in a screen is scary and creepy. Well, I mean, you might not want to watch a live stream of someone who's not playing a game if you don't want that person to look at you. You realize I can't actually see any of you guys, right? Like, let's get in a staring contest. I mean, it creeps you out, so why not? Let's get in a staring contest. I so wish that I could make the zoom in on my eyes right now. I can't. It's a real camera. All right, I'm kind of bored. I could keep staring, but I'm bored. Let's see here. What's up, Nick Forrest? I mean, well, yeah. I look at the camera when I talk to people, so it looks like I'm looking. Do people not look at you when they talk to you? I mean, this is a serious question. When you have conversations with people, do they not look at you? I mean, maybe in today's world, they're looking at their phones while they talk to you, so they're just not used to actually seeing their eyes. I grew up where you're supposed to look at a person when you're talking to them. And while I can't see you, it's supposed to feel more personable than I look at the camera while I'm talking to people. Like, that's the point. Because that's what it's supposed to be like in real life. It's supposed to be like a simulation of real life. Breath of the Wild 2 more likely to have loft wings or dungeons. Bangarang Roo-Fee. Oh! I love Hook. Why not both? I know you're asking which one's more likely. Probably dungeons is more likely, but why not both? I think both. I think we're getting both. Can I make an ASMR Prime series channel? No. Let's just be honest. I barely have time for the videos I make right now. So to do ASMR videos where I read like game manuals or Hyrule Historia or I tell you stories about my gaming history, let me just tell you guys, I ain't got time for that shit. I got time for this though. Oh, thank you so much, everybody, for making my channel a success. Because without you, I'd be nobody. La 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 la. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what that sounded like because I didn't have my headphones on. HZA Fairy, guys, don't do anything to them. But we don't talk politics here. I'm just letting you know it's fine that you're trying to spread your message. We keep politics out of it. It just leads to arguments. So, no politicos, please. But I do appreciate you stopping by. I wonder how many here got that reference. Probably not many. Sad Basket says, do you miss all the risk companies took during GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox? Games like Beautiful Joe, Blinks, Metal Arms, Billy Hatcher. Everything is remakes, sports, FPS. I disagree. Expand your horizons. Everything is not remakes, sports, FPS. We just got Astral Chain, Arms, Splatoon's not even that old. Those were all risks. Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, yeah, it's known IPs, but that was a risky game. We just got Starlink. That was a risky game. We got what was it? Immortals Phoenix Rising. That was a risky game. I disagree that we don't get risky games. Star Wars, Jedi Fallen Order or whatever. That was a risky game. Like, we get risky games still. The Wonderful 101 that we got back on Wii U. Risky game. Zombie U. Risky game. We still get them. I mean, we don't really get much from Activision Blizzard that's risky anymore. But other companies still do risky games. I mean, even EA, It Takes Two, A Way Out. They fund those games. Those are risky games. So, like, I disagree that we don't get risky games anymore. I think that's a fundamental misconception. Just because the games that are always at the top of the sales charts aren't the risky games doesn't mean we don't get them. And this isn't even counting indies. I mean, God, forget about the risk indie take. Some indies don't take risks, but many indies do. I don't think Monster Hunter Rise was really a risk. I wouldn't call that a risk. I don't know if Ray Woods is mentioning it as a risk, but I don't think it's a risk. Mr. Happy Paper says, in an alternate universe where you didn't care for Nintendo stuff, would you still make a YouTube channel and just about a different hobby? Just curious. In an alternate universe where I didn't care about Nintendo, here's an alternate universe I'll give you. I was a PC gamer before I was a Nintendo gamer. So I would probably have a PC gaming channel. In fact, I used to run a fan website called Shogun Total Gaming. What series is that a reference to? It should be pretty obvious. But what series was that a reference to? That was one of my websites back in the day. So I would probably still have a video game something YouTube channel, even if it wasn't for Nintendo. Otherwise, would I, like setting gaming aside, would I have a channel? I would probably have a sports talk channel. I'm very into sports. And I've even debated on making a second channel for sports. I don't, because I ain't got time. I barely got time to watch the sports right now. I barely got time to hit ESPN.com up and check things out. So like, yeah, but I'd probably have like a sports talk YouTube channel if I wasn't doing anything gaming. Did I ever collect any sort of trading cards? Yep, basketball, football, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering for a little bit. Did have some Digimon ones back in the day. I don't really have any. I still have my original Pokemon collection, but I don't really have anything else. And I have sold some of my Pokemon cards over the years, some of the more valuable ones. Kind of wish I would have held on because some of them are more valuable now than they were like 3 years ago. But thanks, Logan Paul. Actually, I mean, it's kind of good that he increased value. So, I mean, old school fans can make some money off it. Also, some people think that ruined the hobby, but I don't know. What's poppin', Brett Menzel? Welcome to the stream. Even Ballin' Wonderland. Ballin' Wonderland was a risky game. Just because it's not a very good game, it was a risky game. So I literally don't buy that we don't get risky games anymore. We totally get risks. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I mean, Nintendo, what was that? Project Steam? What was the final name of that game? On with the Abraham Lincoln steampunk thing on 3DS? That was a risk. That was a massive risk. And I actually think the game's good, but it didn't sell well. Later, Brian. Have a good night, man. Favorite sport to watch? NBA basketball. I also love the NFL. But if I had to choose an NBA playoff game or an NFL playoff game, thing is, the NFL, it depends. Is it a game 7? The thing is or is it an elimination game? The thing is, NFL, it's one and done, right? Like, you have to win or lose to advance. NBA is best of 7. So if it's not a elimination game, then I'll watch the NFL playoff game first. But if it's an elimination game for like the Milwaukee Bucks, I'd rather watch the NBA game first. Thing is, I don't have to choose how many screens. I mean, just in front of me, I got 1 screen. I've got 2 screens. I've got 3 screens. Just right here on camera, I got 3 screens. I could watch 3 different sports right now. So I like baseball too. None of those made it out of that era. I even miss movie games. We'd get so many. I mean, you can't say none of those games. Like, Sam Vasquez. Like, when you talk about risky games, every IP we have today started as a risk. Fortnite was a risk. PUBG was a risk. Call of Duty back in the day was a risk. Splatoon, now we're getting our 3rd one, was a risk. Pikmin was a risk. Animal Crossing was a risk. Mario was a risk. Donkey Kong on the arcade was a risk. All the long-standing IPs, or even new-standing ones, started as a risk. It's always a risk to release something new. Always. So, yeah, I don't buy that. Some don't make it out. Some do. Depends on if they catch on. If they catch on and warrant sequels, then they catch on and warrant sequels and it becomes a long-standing IP, like Splatoon, like Animal Crossing, like Fire Emblem, like all the rest. But like, if it doesn't warrant it, then usually, yeah, they stay with the generation. Like the Wonderful 101. We're probably never getting a Wonderful 102. Yeah, we got a port of it and that's great, but we're probably never seeing Wonderful 102, right? We're probably never going to see a sequel to Zombie U. Some things we're just not going to see again. Some things we will. It's all about sales, right? Doesn't mean we're going to stop getting risky games. gotten plenty this generation. Hello, Returnal on PlayStation 5. You want to talk about a risky game? Just got one released. The Medium on Xbox. That just came out a few months ago. That's a brand new IP. That was a risk. Shout out to Shalindeel became a champion. Ooh, ooh, doo, 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 doo. Thank you so much, Shalindeel, for becoming a champion. Welcome to the member of the board. You are the latest member of the Nintendo Pie Board of Directors. Thank you so much for joining. We now stand at 33 strong on the board of directors. Thank you so much. We are now 3 new members away from a giveaway during this live stream. You guys still got about an hour 15, an hour and 45 to join the members and get the giveaways going. Become a member of the board today by hitting that join button. If you're on Apple devices, head down to the description. There is a direct link to join because Apple devices don't let you do it any other way. Because Apple sucks. No, Apple doesn't suck. I'm just Adoy rules. I want to know what Pokemon cards you have. I can let you know if any are very valuable. Do I take out the Pokemon collection? It's tucked away. I'm going to say no right now. But that's a good idea for a future live stream. A future live stream, we'll have our normal topics, we'll have our Q&A, and I'll grab my old Pokemon collection, and we'll just kind of go through it. None of them are graded, I can tell you that. I didn't send them in for grading. I got rid of all my Charizards I've had, so I don't have any of those. But yeah, they're old school. They're Wizard of the Coast cards. So, sure, we can go through them someday. I'm sure, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm sitting on all the money I need to pay for E3. I have no idea. Let's see here. Apple sucks. Google Pixel is better. That reminds me of Waterboy. Gatorade. H2O. Gatorade. H2O. Water sucks. It's like both of them are going to quench your thirst. Both are going to get it done in the middle of a game, right? Like, bottom line is there's no such thing as one better than the other. It's preferences. iOS versus Android. I use an Apple device today. I've used Androids in the past. I've used Apple, Android, Apple, Android. I've gone back and forth my entire life. Bottom line is they're both really good. Bottom line. Nah, we're gonna stop there. I was gonna quote something from the WWE, but we'll leave that alone. How's it going? Says Luke Skywalker. I have been thinking on what I would like for the title of Breath of the Wild 2. The Legend of Zelda: The Last Hyrule. What? They're not going to call it that, by the way. Because then that infers there's multiple Hyrules, which, by the way, there factually is at least 2 Hyrules that we know of. At least 2. New Hyrule and then Hyrule. So we know of at least 2. The Last Hyrule. So, like, the land's just going to vanish? I don't know if I like that name. Maybe someone drops a nuke and turns Hyrule into a divot. There are other lands in Zelda besides Hyrule. So, I mean, like, I guess if a nuke drops and turns it into a giant crater, all right, well, it is what it is. That's, dang it. It's the quenchiest. Oh, yeah, none of mine are super great condition. Well, I'm not saying mine are in bad condition. They're all in cases. So, like, mine aren't in bad, like, terrible condition, I don't think. I just haven't had them graded. I think most of them are in pretty decent condition. They haven't been outside of sleeves or cases, period. Like, since I was a kid. I put them in sleeves, like, right away after opening packs. Even, like, commons. Like, right away. Into sleeves. Because believe it or not, I used to actually compete in Pokemon card tournaments as a kid. Of course you sleeve your cards. Not everyone did back then. They should have, if they cared about protecting them. I always at least sleeved my cards. There's Low Rule too. Low Rule is not Hyrule though. Why do you think it's called Low Rule? It's not factually Hyrule. Big brain thinking here. One What's my favorite Pokemon card? I mean, first edition, Wizard of the Coast, Charizard, baby. It's my favorite Pokemon, period, is Charizard. And I owned a first edition Charizard and had it stolen. I used it one time at a Pokemon card tournament, won the damn tournament, and someone stole it out of my deck after the finals. And that card was valuable back then. Back then, that card was worth like $100 at least, back then when I was a kid. I knew if I held onto that card into adulthood, it would be worth thousands. And here it is today, if I still had that card. What are they going for? At least, I can get at least $250K for the card if I still had it. At least $250K, if not more. Ugh. So frustrating. Didn't even get the $100 back then. So dumb. Anyways. Because I knew it was the most valuable card at the time, and I knew. And then the moment they switched companies from Wizards of the Coast, I'm not stupid. As a kid, I realized things become. I'm like, Wizards of the Coast doesn't make Pokemon cards anymore. Okay, that first edition Charizard is just gonna. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You were the one that stole that Charizard. Odyssey TC. I expect a really fat donation right now. If you don't at least donate right now in Super Chat $1, you're a liar. That's a fat dono, right? Fat dono. Let's see here. I'm getting kind of thirsty for some boozy. So let's have some fun here. I'm gonna give the old SC to myself here quick. Sure. I think that's the right account. I don't want these drinks to go to waste. We got to at least get through these 2 drinks tonight, right? That I'm doing shots of. Got to at least get through. $5 gets you the seltz. $1 gets you the beer. Let's see here. I know I'm not partying to myself. I'm not gonna celebrate myself. How's it going, lads? It's Zeus. Do you think now that if and when the Switch Pro releases, Capcom will bring over Resident Evil Village? No, we're never getting Resident Evil Village unless it's on xCloud streaming service. I had a first edition Charizard back in the 90s, and I gave it to my nephew, and he gave it away. Oh, yeah. You think about all this stuff in hindsight, and it's like, man, if I had held on to certain Beanie Babies, how loaded could I be? If I had held on to certain, baseball cards and NBA cards I had back then, rookie cards. If I had held on to certain as an adult, right? I got one signature from a sports person ever. I got the signature of Jabari Parker his rookie year on his rookie jersey. If Jabari Parker would have blew up to be what Giannis is today, imagine how much a rookie jersey with a legit signature and a picture of me with him holding it up with it signed. Imagine how much that jersey could be worth today. I literally could get $100,000. But Jabari Parker didn't become anything. So, sucks. Jabari Parker was the one that was in my town for the signature, not like Giannis or something that you're just like, I always hope to get lucky one of these days. You wish you had an original. I might still have an original Blastoise. I'm not sure if I sold it. Not a first edition, but I think I have a shiny Blastoise. I did, anyways. I had a shiny Venusaur as well. Gotta have Machamp. Who didn't have Machamp back then? I have a whole bunch of shiny cards. I don't know how many I still have, though. As a B-Day gift, and he destroyed it. So, like, my kids right now, like my middle child, Aiden, he's 7. He turns 8 in a week. So, yeah, happy early birthday to Aiden. Like, happy birthday, son. So, like, it's his birthday coming up, and he's really into Pokemon now. He trades them with his friends at school, and I keep thinking, every time he, like, has all the Pokemon cards, they're not sleeved, they're just loosely dropped in his backpack, they're all over the place. I keep thinking to myself, which one of the cards do you have is going to be that next $1,000 card in, like, 20 years? I in my head, I just go, I wish he understood the value of what he has right now, because there's cards that are coming out now that are going to be worth thousands, like 20 years from now. And so every time I see him just loosely with his cards around and trading them with his friends, I'm like, he's not the hustler I was. I used to hustle in my trades, and I took care of my stuff. Happy birthday to him. Yeah, it turns 8. All right, with Nintendo saying we need to be. Oh, by the way, I never got that $1 super chat, which tells me you were not the person who got my first edition Charizard. Because if you did, you make bank. I would have got $1. $1. I'm just kidding. Let's see here. What's up, Josh Lightcat? Welcome to the stream. It says, what do you think of playable Zelda in Breath of the Wild 2? Personally, I just want to play as Link and not much of a fan when games make you play as multiple characters. I don't really care if there is playable Zelda. I think it'd be for like side quests and stuff. But I mean, just like in Majora's Mask, you guys remember the Andrew and Kathy quest? There's part of that quest where you play as other characters. It doesn't really bother me. I just, you could argue in Majora's Mask you play as other characters because you use the transformation mask, right? To become, other characters. So, I don't got a problem with that. Paul Gale with the $2. Thank you so much, Paul Gale, for the $2. Says, what dormant Nintendo IP would you pick for E3? Snowboard Kids. Snowboard Kids. Bring it back. Bring it back now. Thank you, Odyssey TC, for the $4.99. All right, thank you so much, Odyssey TC. It says, the intimidation left me shaking in my boots. I didn't steal your Charizard. I promise. You're full of crap. You donated $5. You got the full $500K for that Charizard, didn't you? After Logan Paul blew up the prices, you got the full $500K, didn't you? If you got the full $500K, I expect a $500 one then. It's the least you could do. You got $500K. Give me like 1%. All right. Let me get the shots of this stuff quick. Obviously, I know you didn't steal. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe you did steal it. Not like I know the name of the person who did. If I did, I would have been at their house and I would have beat them. I wouldn't have beat them, but I would have been pretty mad about it. Especially today. Cheers to the first $2 one, which was from, or $1.99, I guess I should say. Oh, no, it was $2 from Paul Gale. Paul Gale, thank you so much. And then we got, be nice to finish these tonight. I'm not even halfway gone with either one of them. Then we got, Odyssey TC, thank you so much, man. All right. Same name as your nephew, Aiden, yeah. So my children's name, youngest is Oliver, middle child's Aiden, then I have a daughter who's the oldest, she's Melody. Dude, Snowboard Kids, man. All the way. Love Snowboard Kids. You dig a new Wave Race? Yeah, dude, I was big in the Wave Race, especially on Game Boy. I didn't like the one after Game Boy, but dude, on Game Boy, Wave Race was legit. We'll work something out? Okay, we'll work something out. So you're telling me you were the one. So in addition to a $500 donation, I do expect a yacht ported at Miami on July 26th. I mean, you can just rent it. It's fine. But anyways, let's see. So what is the Metroid Prime 4 dev update? Just got here. Basically, Retro Studios is hiring a bunch of people for a 3D action adventure game, including people that do storyboard concepts, people who do 3D environment, people who are coming up with ideas and concepts for a game, which suggests that whatever 3D action adventure game they're already working on is close to being done because they're clearly starting to work on a new one. That or I mean, we could presume the worst of the worst news. They rebooted Metroid Prime again? Yikes. I'd like to presume they didn't reboot Metroid Prime again and go with these hires mean they're almost done. Please say they didn't reboot Metroid Prime again. After all, Retro Studios has failed to put out a game in 7 years. So, like, can we really trust them? I'd like to think so. They hired a bunch of really nice guys. But again, it's been 7 years. It's possible it got rebooted. I don't like to think of that possibility. I'd rather just assume it's almost done. And we're going to see a trailer this year, at least. Please. Local man goes by Nintendo Prime, fights child, claiming the child stole the chart. Disappeared to go evolve temporarily. Age of Calamity update from Twitter, Ancient Heartbeat. Yeah, no, I read that. That is what the Google Translate says. Is that an official translation now? Google Translate was saying that. We read that earlier on the stream. Like way earlier on the stream. But is that an official translation or does that still Google Translate? Because that's what I read. Usually titles aren't exact with Google Translate. Who do you like in the finals? I'm guessing the Bucks. Who out of the West? Can we give the Phoenix Suns some love? Everyone talks about the Lakers, right? Everyone talks about if it ain't the Lakers, it's the Clippers. Nobody's giving the Phoenix Suns a chance. And I'm not trying to insult Utah. And Denver, unfortunately, I think is out of it because they lost their big-time playoff performer to injury. But the Suns have Chris Paul. The Suns have Devin Booker. And the Suns have DeAndre Ayton. They have their own big three. Their big three is better than the Lakers' big three. I know. Really better than LeBron and AD. Yeah. Overall, yeah. They just have experience. Phoenix Suns. You know, the Golden State Warriors. Well, did they win tonight? Wait, no, they play tomorrow. They play tomorrow for the 8th seed. Who won tonight? Was it the Wizards or I didn't check. Are they still playing? It was the Wizards. Oh my god, it was the Wizards. 142. God, they crushed them. Bye, Pacers. And it's funny because the Pacers blew out whoever 2 days ago to get a chance at the 8th seed. And the Wizards just dropped down and say, bye-bye. I think the Wizards are an interesting matchup. I don't think they're beating Philadelphia. I think they're an interesting matchup. Just like I think Boston's an interesting matchup for the Nets. I don't think either of them are beating those teams. But, you know, could they steal a game? Maybe. I want Metroid Prime 4. No! I bet this is for whatever they were working on before they were handed Metroid Prime 4. Maybe, I have no idea. Because the stuff they hired for is like really early stuff. Concept art. Like coming up with unique ideas for a game. That's like the things you do at the very beginning of game development. So I don't know if it has anything to do with what they were working on before. Yeah, the Warriors lost last night, but they get to play for the 8th seed tomorrow. So the Warriors and Lakers were playing for the 7 seed yesterday. So if you didn't know how the tournament works, the 7 and 8 seed played each other to see who was going to be the 7 seed. The person who lost that game plays the winner of the 9-10 seed for the 8th seed. So that's, as an example, the Wizards lost against Boston, but then won tonight, so now they're the 8th seed. So basically, the 7-8 seed in the East stayed the 7-8 seed. We'll see if that happens in the West. Right now, it could work out that's how it goes in the West. Which would then make the play-in tournament seem a little pointless. I was kind of hoping for some upsets, but kind of sort of, hey, the 7-8 are still the 7-8. Okay. We're not getting into NBA debate over who's the GOAT, right? That's not we're not gonna look at this. We've already lost like 50 people watching this stream because we talked sports. All right, let's reel this back in. We're here to talk video games. This isn't a sports channel. Maybe we'll I don't know. I mean, I can't resist talking about the Bucks if they make it to the finals, but otherwise let's just move on. Bring up the gaming topics, guys. We're done with the NBA. Let me see. I still look for Switch in the background of the Xbox conference with Series S/X in confusion. Will there come a day that Xbox just markets Switch as their handheld alternative? No. Nope. They're just going to put xCloud and Game Pass on Switch. That's what's going to happen. 2 years, xCloud, Game Pass will be on Nintendo system. Like within 2 years. Probably sooner. They're not going to call it their handheld system. They don't call PC their system, even though, Windows. They don't call it their system. They don't call Android their system. They don't call Apple devices that you can use xCloud through a web browser their system. It's just going to be another system that has xCloud and Game Pass. That's it. They're not going to call it their system. They're never going to call it our handheld system. No. It's just another platform. You got to remember, Phil Spencer wants xCloud and Game Pass on everything. He wants it on PlayStation 5. Sony just won't let it happen. He's openly said he wants it on PlayStation. Sony won't let it happen. Phil Spencer doesn't care about the platform being their platform. They don't give a shit. They just want xCloud and Game Pass on everything. They want to tap into billions of gamers. They don't care about console sales anymore or what platform's on top. They care, are subscriptions to Game Pass and xCloud growing? If the answer is yes, we're winning. So yeah, they're never going to call it their system. They'll always call it Nintendo system. And they'll proudly say, hey, we're proudly on Nintendo Switch. Of course you are. I see the Ancient Armor DLC. Yep, we already talked about that earlier. We broke that news as it was happening. Because that's what we do. Giggity, giggity, goo. Shout out to Birdman for it. He brought it up during the stream because the news broke as I was streaming. TMNT, dude. Was it Shredder's Revenge, right? Finally, they went back to classic Turtles gameplay. Thank you. Thank you. Because all the Ninja Turtle games that have come out since they went away from that style have sucked. Just sucked. Oh, I'm so glad they went back to like the arcade style of Turtle. So I'm so happy. Cowabunga. It's Cowabunga. No M. Cowabunga, dude. Come on now. Do I need to go grab my collection of Ninja Turtle figurines to show you how long I've been a fan of this franchise? My favorite Ninja Turtle things ever is Ninja Turtles 2 Secret of the Ooze. Come on. Come on. PlayStation won't ever take Xbox Game Pass Ultimate unless they're collapsing. Yeah. No. Sony's just too competitive. Am I a Star Wars Battlefront fan? I enjoy Star Wars Battlefront. I don't really play it anymore. But I mean, I understood all the backlash over Battlefront and Battlefront 2. Like the reboots, obviously. Not the originals back in the day. But the reboots by EA. I understood all the backlash. Damn, were they not pretty. And the gameplay was fun. And seeing these worlds of Star Wars and battling against Jedi and Empire, like, it's pretty fun. It was fun for me. Yeah, DLC microtransactions, cut content. Okay, yeah, okay. All that's true. Backlash over gotcha mechanics. Okay, that's true. But I mean, I just enjoyed it on a base gameplay level. It was fun. So, I mean, I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying that I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for a time. It's not something I kept playing forever, but yeah, there was a couple months at the launch of both of them that I played them for a while. We'll get a Battlefront 3 someday. I think right now, the problem is Battlefront 2 got Disney involved. Disney got involved in that backlash. And I think that's the pause on Battlefront 3. EA is trying to rebuild Star Wars trust before they do Battlefield 3. So, Jedi, or what is it? Jedi Fallen Order, or whatever it's called. I always get the movie confused with, what was The Last Jedi? I don't know. Anyways, the last Star Wars game released by EA, not in Squadrons was pretty good, right? So Squadrons was good, and then the Jedi game was good. I think EA is trying to build up a reputation with Disney to trust them again to do a Battlefront 3. Because Disney does not want another situation where fans are starting to contact Disney over the bullshit that EA is pulling. So I think there's a pause right now on Battlefront until EA keeps proving consistently to Disney. This is why it was great that Disney got involved. The reason we're getting good Star Wars games from EA now is because Disney got involved and said, no, you will not ruin the reputation of our IP. Period. We'll do it ourselves. But, like, seriously, like, gaming-wise, you're not going to ruin the reputation of our IP. So, that's why, and obviously EA no longer has an exclusivity license either, right? We're seeing potential Star Wars games made by other companies. So, they obviously, after that Battlefront thing, they didn't renew the exclusivity contract. Doesn't mean they're not working with EA still. They clearly are. And that's just one of those things. I think EA is just trying to build up trust with Disney again to get permission from Disney to do Battlefront 3. Set looks great, dude. So this isn't okay. This is part of this. This is part of the E3 set, right? Podcast set, etc. So what's going to be happening moving forward is pretty much all the so my standard videos, like my standard news videos, are going to be like right here, talking to you guys. It'll be zoomed out a bit more, a slightly different angle, more of the TV in the shot with a trailer playing or a relevant image. And it is what it is, right? You'll probably see stuff on this table right now. This is all giveaway stuff, by the way. All the stuff you see here is being given away during E3 back here. Not these 3 signs, but like all this stuff back here is giveaway stuff, and that pile is going to keep growing as the weeks go on here. But like, if you go watch the podcast, you'll see a glimpse at the E3 set. If you go on my Twitter, you'll see an even better look because some things that we're going on the podcast tomorrow are going to be different today, or different during E3. I guess I should say. Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah, a sequel. That's what it's, Fallen Order. Okay. I always get it confused with the name of the movie stuff. Do you think Fortnite Metroid skin was delayed to coincide with Metroid game? So, there's news on that today. A Fortnite official comic came out that had a Metroid, a Samus Aran silhouette in it. This is an officially released comic, not some leak from Apple versus Epic. Seems to me this is an announcement coming at E3. That Samus is coming to Fortnite. It's going to be a big E3 announcement. And anybody who thinks Samus going to Fortnite is a negative, I'm sorry. Exit stage right, stage left, whatever side of my stream you want to exit out. Go watch somebody else's stream. I'm saying this not because you can't have that opinion. You're more than welcome to have it. I just ask you to keep it to yourself. Metroid needs attention. The franchise has never sold more than 4 million copies, and it's only done that once. And it did it back on GameCube, a failed system for Nintendo. Metroid has traditionally barely gotten to 2 million in sales. Metroid is not very popular. We need attention brought to the franchise. And I don't care if you hate every Fortnite player in the world. Which, by the way, means you shouldn't watch me because I play Fortnite. But I don't care if you hate every single Fortnite player in the world. Or you hate Epic. I don't care. We need attention brought to the Metroid franchise. Period. And if you're going to have Tomb Raider, you're going to have Master Chief, you're going to have Kratos, you're going to have all these other crossovers from other companies, why the hell are we not getting some Nintendo crossovers in there then? Make it like Smash. I'm fine. If you're going to have all these other gaming crossovers, have Nintendo be part of it. Nintendo has literally a Fortnite-themed Switch. Come on. So, yeah, let's go. Let's bring attention. Yulia, what is up, baby? Ooh, baby, I love the way. What's up, Yulia? Shout out to my fiance. She is in the chat. Everyone, Miss Yulia Knutson. Thank you so much. For stopping by. No! I had to do it, honey. I had to do it. You sing the lyrics wrong every time. What do you mean the lyrics wrong? What are you talking about? How are the lyrics wrong? It probably is wrong. She's always right. She's correcting me literally all the time. Especially with music. I'm really bad with lyrics and music. That's your way. Okay, whatever. Fine. Ooh, baby, I love your way. Ooh. Happy. Bored at work, I'm guessing, in the last couple hours. Do you worry that if Project xCloud comes to Switch, there'll be less reason for companies to create excellent native ports we've gotten over the years? I do not worry about that at all, because right now, the moment that third-party games go exclusive to next gen, we're not going to get any of those ports on Switch, because Switch is not powerful enough to run those games. We need to face reality as Switch owners. Not even a pro is likely to fix those problems. So, come on down to The Price is Right. Bring on the xCloud. We already have streaming games on Switch. What do you want? We have Hitman 3, Control, there's Resident Evil 7 out in Japan, there's Assassin's Creed Odyssey out in Japan. They're already running streaming games on Switch, so why not have a unified service for it? They're already doing it. So, screw it. There you go. Ooh, baby, I love your way. We can ban me. What? I wouldn't mind. No, you can still watch even when you're banned. You just can't talk then. Why would I ban you? Why would I be banning you? Yulia's my fiance. Look at her profile picture. It's her and me. Come on now. I think that's me without a beard, though. She might want to update that. I look so ugly. I look like a blob. I look so much better now. So much better now. Like, on this stream, I'm looking kind of fly. Gotta say, I'm looking kind of fly because of her, by the way. She did my hair today to make me look good. And I mean, she got me to dress like this. Like, she didn't pick out these clothes today, but like, she picked out these clothes in general when we bought them because she knew they looked good on me. So if you like my style, it's all Yulia. Women make me more fuckable. Oh my god. Anyways, we are 3 members away from doing a giveaway during this live stream. Thank you so much for the 2 prior members. As a reminder, also all super chats and donations, these are shots. It'd be nice if we could finish off this seltzer and this beer tonight. Maybe if someone wants to give some big bucks or some bigger bucks, like 15, 20 bucks, we could get into some cannon blast. This is dangerous. It is definitely much higher than 35%. It's 4 years old. It was cracked 4 years ago. I'm pretty sure the percentage is closer to 50 at this point, based on me tasting a new bottle versus an old. But yeah, we can have a little fun if we start getting into that a few times. Ooh, kinky. Could the Arkham game be playable on the Switch? I mean, it could be, but will it be?
That is the question.
I actually don't even know what that sounds like. No idea. There's this one. This one's supposed to be like a baby.
Hi guys! How are you doing today? We have Baby Jance on the set today. I'm going to be hosting E3 this year!
I literally have no idea what that sounds like. Honey, did that sound good or did it sound horrible? I have no idea. It might have been horrible. Shaylin Deal, thank you so much for that. It's time to party! Thank you, Shaylin Deal, for the $5. Woo! Thank you so much, Shaylin Deal, for the $5. I appreciate that. Yulia swagged you out, is how you youngsters say today. Yeah, you know, Yulia. That's what happens. See, what happens is the old story is, right? You date a good woman. The good woman cleans you up, dresses you up, makes you look good, and then all the other women want you. And then what happens is the guy cheats on the woman, right? Hooks up with these other girls. And then the good woman breaks up with him, right? For cheating and all that. And then slowly but surely it ends up reverting to what he used to be. And all these women that wanted to F him suddenly don't want to F him anymore. And then he goes crawling back to the good woman, realizing that he probably should have never screwed it up in the first place. Cheers. That's like the traditional way it goes. Not how it gone with us. Never cheated on her in my life, never will. But I'm just saying that, like, that's a traditional path. All right, thank you, Shane Deal, for that. Hello there, fellow kids. Hello, children. Oh my god, that sounds creepy. Forgot the squirrel's name. Are we talking about Mark Rober's recent video where he made the squirrel a squirrel obstacle course again? I watched a little bit of it earlier today. Been with my girl for 3 years, thinking about popping the question soon. Super nervous. Just do it. I mean, she might say no. It is what it is, but you're not going to know till you pop it. So just ask. Whatever. I get it can be nerve-wracking. I was nervous when I asked Yulia the first time. Actually, I've been nervous, How many times have I asked you to marry me? She says yes every time, by the way, and we're still not married. But it's always nerve-wracking, right? Even with like Yulia, where I probably know what the answer is, because she says yes every time. Yeah, let's not. Well, okay, I'm talking about I'm talking about when there was a ring involved. God damn it! Trying to keep this PG-13, and then Yulia comes in, and suddenly we're just going straight to rated R material right now. Straight to rated R. Who's here in the fellow kids club? Probably not that many, as viewership's going down and down and down the more that we get into adult content. Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask HD, are they remakes, supposedly? No idea. Ask him over Jesse. He's the one saying they exist. I have no clue. I don't think they're real. I don't think we're getting them. So, I think he's put out in a video before where, if they were happening, they would be like HD up-resing of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask 3D, I think is what he was leaning towards, but I don't know if he has actual information on that or if he's just guessing. You make people disappear. What? No. You don't make people disappear. No. Some people get upset when I go adult, more mature audiences on them, because the stream doesn't have like a not safe for work or like a adults only filter on. Like I could set the stream to you have to be 18 or older to be here. Man, would that make the stream even more? Would that make it more popular? People say, why do I gotta be 18 plus? Come here and find out what happens when I take off the filter. Fucking A, man. The moment this camera turns off, I cuss like a sailor when my kids are sleeping. Of course, I do that when Yulia's not here. Why do I hold back when Yulia's here? Fucking hell. What the fuck? I don't really hold back. I think I just get in like the parent mode or some shit. I ain't no parent. Okay, I mean, I am, but I don't want it to define me. It's part of me. Fuck it, be hasn't. Jesus. Okay, man, all good. You hyped up E3, by the way. I will be sure, hopefully, to tune in daily to see what's going on. You're doing pretty good, really. Thanks, man. Filter, what's that? I mean, there's filters like this.
And then like this. And then like this.
And then game over.
You're gonna go, okay, honey. Love you. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Maybe sometime you'll stop by in person, and then we could have like both of us on live stream. Feel like we haven't done that in forever. When's the last time I had you on a live stream with me? I mean, I know during the week, obviously you work, but like on a weekend stream or something. When's the last time I've had you on a stream? God, it's been a long time. Yeah, she's not done with work yet for a while. But bye, honey. Have a good night. I'll see you when you're done. For those interested, it's not bad. I really liked it on PlayStation 4. It's good, not perfect, just a lost in gameplay direction, but overall well worth it. A good 50-hour plus game. How would stack the E3 company presentation schedule if you were in charge? Let me go to the E3 Expo site. Let me see who's all involved quick. E3expo.com. All right, so let me go look at the partner list quick. So how would I stack it? If we're just talking about, forget the fluff that's going to be in there, dev interviews. Let's just talk straight up. Look at the partner exhibitors. and sponsors, how would I stack it? Microsoft's going to want to go first. They're always going to want to go first. Kick off Saturday with Microsoft. Okay? They want to go first. They always want to be first. Let them be first. Okay? So kick it off with Microsoft. Give them like a 2 or 3 hour slot. Let them do whatever the hell they want to do. They have so much shit they could be talking about. Okay? Then, because you got to spread this out, right? So then I would probably follow that up because that's a really big one. Follow that up with something small like Turtle Beach, right? Because it's one of the sponsors. Have Turtle Beach come in, reveal some of their new headsets, some new microphones or whatever, like a small, 20-minute segment. And then actually, what will happen is you get done with the Microsoft show. Then there's going to be probably a 15, 20-minute segment where Greg Miller and the crew are reacting to what they just saw. And then go into a Turtle Beach thing for like 15 minutes. And then go from that into let's go with Bandai Namco. And do Bandai Namco thing, give them a half hour, an hour, whatever, however long that they would like. And then go from that into, let's say Verizon Gaming, maybe have them do a little thing for a little bit. And then, I don't know. After that, it'll probably be mostly filler. Day 2, kick it off with Nintendo on Sunday. You have Nintendo go first. You give them whatever they want. Nintendo wants a 2-3 hour slot because they want to do their thing, and then they want a couple hours for Treehouse. Fine, let them have it. And then after that, follow that up with another conversation bit, and then follow that up with, say, I don't know, a smaller company here like Xseed Games or something, right? Then come back after that, probably with Capcom or Sega, some sort of partner that's releasing something big on Switch. So if there's a big game from Sega coming to Switch, have them go next. And then maybe have have Otter Gaming come in after that, and then drop a little maybe Square Enix to cap the day. There's going to be little developer interviews and other segments in between that are going to extend it out for 8 hours, but something like that. Day 3, you got to kick it off with a big third party. So let's go Ubisoft. Kick it off with Ubisoft. Follow it up with Marvelous Exceed. And then maybe we go with a little bit of a binge, and then Warner Brothers. End up with Warner Brothers, and then on day 4, kick it off with Gearbox or Take Two, whichever one you kick off with. You go with the Gearbox after that, then maybe Capcom, and then you just kind of fill it out with the rest, whatever they got left. NetEase Games, Freedom Games, Mythical, etc. Get them all filled in on day 4. That's how I'd spread it out so each day has major companies going. I have a feeling whatever day Xbox and Nintendo goes on is going to be the same day that Ubisoft, Square Enix, Take-Two, Capcom, Warner Brothers, Sega, Bandai Namco, all the big names, Gearbox. I have a feeling they're all going to go in 2 days. I just got a feeling that's what's going to happen. They're going to spread it out between the Nintendo and Xbox day. It's also possible they put Nintendo and Xbox on the same day, and those are the only 2 for that day. Wouldn't that be interesting if they kick it off with Xbox, do a segment, maybe throw Turtle Beach in, and then go to Nintendo, and they get the console guys out of the way on day 1. And then maybe what happens is you do Xbox, you do their big presentation, then some small stuff, some conversations, you drop Nintendo, but then Treehouse is on a different day, and you bring Treehouse back on day 2 or day 3 or something, right? And you bring Microsoft, because Microsoft, I think Microsoft and Nintendo are going to have multiple segments. And we got to remember the PC gaming show is going on during this. And are they going to join in if the ESA officially? And their 3-hour show be part of it? We got to squeeze the PC gaming show in. So there's a lot to consider. There's so many different ways you can go. And I think it all depends. Does Nintendo want multiple segments over multiple days? I'm presuming Nintendo might even want an hour for Treehouse or 2 hours for Treehouse every day. So, there's things you got to consider. What you got to start with, what do the companies want to show and how many segments do they want? Because several of these bigger companies might want multiple segments, So, there's a lot to consider when you're setting up E3. A lot to consider. Yeah, Ni no Kuni 2 is coming to Switch. Yep, I know. I have a feeling Greg will fake his reaction because he might see. Oh, Greg's gonna probably know everything ahead of time. There's also Media Week, so a lot of things that happened during Media Week. So they're a lot of the big media are already gonna know what happens before it happens. That's usually That's usually true every year. There's media week every year. So like a lot of the media already knows. The things they don't know about are games that aren't coming out till like the following year. So if there's like a big 2022 announcement, that's not part of media week, right? So like they could still be surprised by those kind of announcements, but anything coming out this year, that's all part of media week. So like they pretty much know everything ahead of time anyways, so they can plan their coverage and plan out interviews. Like, how does IGN know to interview Eiji Anomu about Breath of the Wild 2? Because they had Media Week and they already know Breath of the Wild 2 is coming, and they probably did their interview during Media Week. Right? So like that's how it works. That's just how things work at E3. So most media, major media, not every media, like when you get a media pass, not every media is going to have that kind of access. But as an example, media partners, IGN. Okay, PC Gamer's a media partner. So I just realized the PC Gaming Show is put on by PC Gamer. So PC Gaming Show is part of E3. Officially, yes! Okay, so I was worried that the 3-hour PC Gaming Show was going to be separate and running alongside E3. But PC Gamer runs the PC Gaming Show. So the PC Gaming Show is going to be part of E3. That's going to make covering it so much easier. I was so worried we were going to miss some news because it'll be too confusing trying to watch, two different things at once. So good. Awesome. So sorry, I got excited there. All right, so PC Gamer, IGN, Games Radar, GameSpot, Polygon, IGN China, and then whatever that is, that Game Bonfire, whatever country that's from. All those media partners are going to be at Media Week, and they're going to know everything pretty much ahead of time. They're also going to be official stream partners. I applied to be an official stream partner. I think they gave me all the assets. I think I got approved. Not really using any of them. We got our own stuff going on. But, it is what it is. I'll be back. All right, Chinchurky, see you in a bit. We still got half hour to go. Media Week, yep. It starts in 2 weeks. It's an entire week dedicated to the media to get access to everything before E3 announces things publicly. Happens every year. And they're under massive NDAs and can't talk about anything until after it is announced. Happens every year. All right. Here we go. One more time. Everybody's feeling fine. Here we go now. Let's see. What do you think about pre-E3 announcements like the ones happening now? Should they wait till E3 to blow it? Nah. There's always pre-E3 announcements. There's always like Pokemon showcases. That's common. That's all very common stuff. So, nah, they're fine. They're fine. There's always a lead up of announcements to E3. That's nothing new. Nino Kuni, nothing new. They do this stuff all the time. Every year. Every single year. That's a $1 shotty. You bastard. I was trying to plan a trip to possibly E3 2022 until I realized yeah. Well, okay, so not counting flight and hotel or, bed and breakfast place or, whatever. Not counting that stuff. $250 just for Gamer Pass. Then you got to consider food. Food isn't that bad, by the way. Things aren't expensive to buy, like groceries or going out to restaurants. It's really not that pricey in LA unless you go to super fancy places, but all the local joints are really not that bad. But the lodging is expensive. Car rentals can be pricey. It's a lot of things that just add up. And yeah, it's $250 just for a gamer ticket to go. So, cheers. But if you ever do go, chances are I'll be there. Well, maybe. See, here's the thing. Whether or not I attend E3 in the future is so up in the air right now. So, I have attended the last 2 E3s, and I've attended 3 of the last 4. Okay? I do in-person coverage, play demos, all that jazz. Here's the thing. We have this huge show we're doing this year, right? It's all digital. What happens if this show does numbers? What happens if this show slaps? What happens if my show over the course of 4 days somehow makes thousands of dollars off ad revenue or something, right? We get a crazy amount of viewers. The companies are partnering like crazy. Companies start contacting me next year to do a show again and do giveaways again and do all this shit again. But we want to be at E3 in person playing demos. What do? Well, the obvious thing to do is I stay here with Eric. We run the show. I hire people to go to E3 and get me the footage and get me the gameplay. But then I'm not playing the games and I'm not getting the impressions. And that's what people care. So it's really a conundrum where if this E3 show goes as well as I hope it does, how do I not do it again next year? And the year after? And the year after that? Now, in theory, I could still do the show for all the press conferences and then attend E3 in person if I had my set and all my equipment in LA, which I don't. So, like, yeah. It kind of see the conundrum. It kind of makes things complicated. Like, yeah, the camera and the tripod would be with. Yeah, the studio light would be with. I could bring some of the stuff back here and try to rebuild the set in LA, but it's not gonna be the same, right? Not gonna be the same quality. So like, and not the same internet connection. It's one of those like I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll worry about next year when we get to next year. But it's kind of like, dude, if this show slaps, and all these companies want to re-up again next year and give away even more, like give away $10,000 worth of stuff next year or something, like, how do I just say no? Because we're going to E3. So, like, yes, E3 is going to be in person next year. Did you see the CDC mandate? CDC already put out there, if you're fully vaccinated, which I am now fully vaccinated, you cannot wear masks anymore. Basically, anywhere. You can just not wear masks. This doesn't mean individual private businesses won't require it. Doesn't mean E3 might not require you to wear a mask next year, but they'll be in person E3 next year. So it's kind of one of those, I'm in a conundrum, but I'll worry about next year. For now, I'm going to put on the greatest E3 show ever from my house, from my studio, and we'll go from there. Whatever happens, happens. Let next year be next year's problem. We both go, I'll give you back your Charizard. Can't watch. Just stopped by to leave a like and tell Nintendo Prime he is awesome. Thank you so much. Toast. In the morning, I like to butter my bread before I put it in the toaster. You shouldn't do that, by the way. I have done that before. Don't do it. You want to start a fire. That's a great way to start a fire. Let me just tell you, there's oils in there. Oils plus heat coils equals smoking. Let me see here. Yeah, if you don't live in the U.S. too, it's even more stupidly expensive to go to E3. When is E3 being announced? Like, I'll give you an idea. When I go to E3, $250 for the ticket. I usually go early. Okay, I want to be there before all the press conferences because the actual show floor is just 3 days. I want to be there before the press conferences so I can live stream the press conferences while being there. I don't want to scramble because the press conferences basically don't stop all the way up until the show floor opens. So I got to be there early. I got to be there at least a day or two before press conferences start. So I'm usually there the Thursday before E3, which is usually starting on a Tuesday. And then there's EA Play on the weekend and all that. So you get there then. I'm basically in LA for a little over a week, usually 10 days. The hotel stay, which I stay at a specific hotel that we stay at because they have good enough internet to live stream from. I stay at that hotel. It ends up costing $1,500, sometimes $2,000, kind of depends if we got a nicer room or not. Then there's also the food cost. We rent a car every time, so there's a rental car cost, gas costs as well to consider. And then obviously we had to buy gamer passes the last 2 times, so that's $250 per ticket. Eric comes with, so that's $500 a year. It just adds up. I mean, E3 is basically like a $3,000+ trip for us every year. So people wonder, where do you get the money to do all this E3? Like, that's our normal E3 budget. Like, this is what we have budgeted for E3. Okay, this is like, we're just doing it at home and doing the best we can. So, but we'll see. I really want to put on a great show this year. And we'll see. Maybe we decide to stop going to E3 and just do these in person or these live shows like this. What would be really neat? What would really complete the experience? This is an ideal world. Oh, E3 won't let us be media? What are you going to do? I just bought show floor space. And we do this show live from E3. Don't tell me it's impossible. Will it cost like $100,000? Probably. We should make it happen. Still partner with companies, still do giveaways, and be live at E3. We'd probably be the only YouTube channel with a booth. Seriously, we'd be like the only YouTube channel with a booth. And we'd have a full set that we would just build at E3. That'd be sick. Then we can still play the games, right? Eric and I could rotate. And if we're there at the show floor and we have our own booth, we'll be able to have the private back channel conversations with the companies that are also there. Maybe be able to get Nintendo guys to come on for interviews, and that slaps. We could do some giveaways to people online, some giveaways in person to drive audience interest to the show, introduce them to Nintendo freaking Prime, and we have Nintendo in our name, so Nintendo's going to notice there's 2 Nintendos on the show floor. What the hell is this? And they're going to be like, wait, what's going on? Hey, welcome, man. Welcome to the greatest show at E3. Come on down. I scheduled Reggie Fils-Aimé to come on just to be like, hey, what's all the backdoor channels? It'd be so expensive. Show Forest Place is stupidly expensive for E3. But man, imagine we could afford it. Imagine that was the goal next year. We're not quitting this show. We're making it bigger and better. That should be like an aim for my E3 show every year. We should aim to eventually be on the show floor with our own booth doing the show live from E3. They clearly have internet and everything there to do it because IGN and stuff does it. I don't know what their internet costs to get that business line connection and all that. And I would probably need to hire some extras, right? I would definitely have someone behind the camera. We'd have at least 2 cameras. I would have some camera crew. I'd also bring my mixer and some other stuff. Maybe I get a new mixer for it or rent one because you can rent equipment in LA. So I could rent equipment and I could maybe get some people to run it just for the show. Pay them a couple $1,000 to run the show. I mean, if you're paying $100,000 for a space, you got to expect to pay some extras that are going to help you run the show. Because I'm not going to run it all off a Stream Deck. I'm not going to run it all off a Stream Deck, right? But, God, wouldn't that be sick? Wouldn't that be sick? Like, look what I'm doing from home. Imagine what I could do there if I was just given the budget to do it. Like, do we start a fundraiser right now? After E3, be like, next year we want to do this live from E3. Do you think I could raise enough money from fans to get a booth at E3? I don't think so, man. That's a lot of money. Like, that's like a doctor's full year of salary to pull that off. It would be crazy fun, though, wouldn't it? It's fun to dream. It's fun to dream. I mean, let me tell you, if I was PewDiePie big, I'd do it. Who's going to stop me? ESA likes money. GoFundMe. Yeah. It's not going to happen. The thing is, like, we're not going to hit the goal, and then what do I do with all the money, right? Like, I GoFundMe, you get to keep the money. It's like, well, obviously, I put on the greatest show ever from home. Right? Like, I'll give you a couple of dreams for this current set at home. So you guys remember the where you saw the Nintendo Prime logo stuff and over here? You know what we really want this wall to be? We want it to be a video wall. Go watch Kinda Funny Games when they were doing stuff in person in their studio. Remember the video wall they have behind them? We want a video wall on this set. We don't want to use tapestries or posters. We want a video wall. It's $25,000, but we want one. We would love a video. So I could be like, hey, if we don't hit our goal, but we hit certain stretch goals, okay. If we hit the ultimate goal, we're going to E3 and setting up a booth. But if we just hit stretch goals along the way, do we add the video wall? Do we add? I don't know. What do we add? Do we actually get a separate studio outside of here? I could hire editors. I could get a proper sound person in here. I don't know. Like, get multiple shows a week going. Crazy stuff. I don't like. There's crazy things I could do if I had the budget. Let's be realistic though, guys. I'm a 68,000 subscriber YouTube channel. And we're dreaming big things that 20 million subscriber YouTube channels sometimes can't pull off. Or maybe they could if they tried. Like Mr. Beast at what, 60, how many millions he has? I think he could probably do it if he really wanted to. It's just not what he does. God, it's fun to dream big though, right? Who doesn't want to dream big? See, I got dreams. The video wall, I'm kind of hoping if I ever get to like 1 million subs, that is like something I want to like fundraise and set some of my money aside for and get the video wall. I really think the video wall would just be sick. I also want to turn this in. I want this to be an OLED panel right now. This is an old school 1080p 65-inch TV. Like, it's like 10 years old. I want an OLED panel. You ever notice all our guests on the podcast look orange? This TV's seen better days. And it's only 1080p. I want an OLED panel. But I work with what I got, right? 65-inch OLED 4K. It's stupidly expensive. Don't go sharing your plans live or they'll get jacked. It's not like other people probably haven't had this dream before. I don't know. Like, have they though? Here's the deal. No matter what ideas I give away, nobody's me, right? You guys, I'm guessing most of you guys watch my channel, watch my live streams for me and my personality, I'm assuming, right? Like, I've heard so many compliments on even my standard videos that like, hey, I could get this news somewhere else. I choose to get it from you because of the way you present things, the way it looks on camera, your personality, the way that you talk about things and the opinions and how you inject them. Like people, choose me, I think, just because of me. The set is my personality. How I present things is my personality. So, like, other channels can have the idea. It doesn't mean they could do it. They couldn't do what I do. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But small goals first. Small goals. Let's get to 70K. Let's hit the 70K. And let's see if, like, by the end of this year, if my average views per video can be 10,000. That's like small goals. Average views per video, 10,000 every upload. And then 70K. Then next, I guess 80K is the next goal after that. Can we hit 80K before the end of the year? I have no idea. But let's at least get to 70K and see if we can get up to 10,000 views a video, huh? Small goals. Small goals. Get these live streams from 150 to 300 to 600. You know, small goals. 1K a day for a year would work. Yeah, it's a lot of money though. We don't have, I mean, unless we have someone like Mr. B stopping by, just dropping 100K on our heads or something, like, you know, it's probably not gonna happen. Elon Musk comes in, decides to hand me some of the 1.5 billion in Bitcoin they bought. All right, you know, but we getting this man on the show floor. To that though, yeah, you're one of the few Nintendo news folks I can watch consistently because of your personality and presentation. Thank you so much, Shaylin Deal. I appreciate that. AI5 says, wouldn't a green screen be more efficient than a video wall or an OLED screen? Plus, it's more versatile. No. Green screens are way less versatile. Give you an example. Hey, green screen, how you liking this green box? That's Zelda. One of the primary things we cover is Zelda with lots of green. Now you can say, how about a blue screen? My jeans are blue. Like, no. And I'll give you an idea. Go watch Switch Force quick. Go watch one of his Good Morning Mario. You notice a slight little tinge around his shoulders and around his head and all that? That's from a green screen. That's from keying out a green screen. It's very difficult to properly key out a green screen and get you to look like there's no green screen. In addition, you want to know why? You can't do yellow. It's part of green. You want to know why? You want to know why I'm not using a green screen? It's a very good question, by the way. Because how many YouTubers use RGT85 green screen? Right? Like, how many YouTubers use green screens? I want to explain something to you guys. Do you know why the quality of my sets and the quality of my videos have gone up? Fuck green screens. That's why. I stopped using them. I stopped. I'm not saying you can't do professional work with the green screen. Technically, on this desk that goes all the way across, I have a green screen pinned to it that I run the ticker off of on the podcast and all that. But beyond stuff like that, fuck green screens. I like practical sets. If you love the way my videos have been looking, it's because everything is practical. It's physically present. I can touch this wall. I can touch it. These things are real. They're here. It's all tangible. I don't have to worry about certain colors being keyed out. Yellow, pink, whatever. Okay, can't do pink. I wear pink shirts. Can't do black. Can't do green. Like, I don't have to worry about any of that. I can bring anything I want on set. Grab this Mario thing. Look at all the colors in Mario. You got blue, yellow, red, green. Like, I don't have to worry about any of that. I could do whatever I want, whenever I want, because it's all practical. You are seeing what I see. Now, green screens have a purpose. And I'm not saying I will never use a green screen in a video again. There might be certain skits where I want to pretend I'm somewhere else. That's the best time to use green screens. It's when you're running skits and you need to pretend you're somewhere else that you can't be, right? Then you want to use a green screen. No problem with that. And I don't have a problem. Like, I used to do green screen for a show called Prime News. No problem with like Spawn Wave using a green screen or RGT85. That's fine. Go right ahead. I'd rather be Philip DeFranco. Practical set. He doesn't green screen his news. It's practical set. What sets me apart from a lot of these YouTubers is obviously myself, but also practicality. I like tangible, practical sets. It's a personal thing. Again, nothing wrong with green screens. I've had a lot of experience with them. They're really finicky, and you really have to limit yourself. Not just green. Doesn't matter what color. Like look, I'll grab this quick. Let me show you guys. Gotta move my. Look. See this? This is a portable blue screen, and then on the other side is green. You can kind of see it there behind the chat. I'm not gonna pull it all the way up. So I have a giant portable. It folds down. A giant portable blue/green screen. I have it. What's pinned to this is a giant, like 20-foot by 18-foot green screen. That's a cloth thing. I have an entire storage room right now that has my gaming collection in it that's entirely painted green. Every wall. All I got to do is go in there, bring my camera, bring my studio light, bring a microphone, and record. And I could record with a green screen. I don't want to do that because it's kind of hard to run some of the cables in here into there, but whatever. I could record in there. Or I could set up the portable green screen. Or whatever. Or I could take the cloth out and I could pin it up. I get it. I get what people are saying. Doesn't it make sense to use a green screen? It's a lot cheaper than a $25,000 video panel. You're right. And it doesn't look as good. And it limits the color palette you're able to use on a stream. Limits the color palette you can use on recorded videos. It really does. I don't want to be limited by anything but my imagination. So part of what, again, it's not the only thing, but I think I'm the only YouTuber in my space that doesn't use a green screen anymore. Andre's Restart, I don't think does. I think Player Essence still uses one once in a while. But yeah, the only thing that green, like, why do I have that portable green screen? Mostly for when I game stream. Like that, like it makes sense when you're game streaming, right? Like, yeah, you can kind of key it and do different stream layouts that allow you to not use a green screen, which is perfectly fine. But yeah, you have a little bit more flexibility with game streams and the screen space available. If you have a green screen, you don't have to, by the way. Ninja, as an example, doesn't use a green screen, right? And he's one of the most popular streamers in the world. A lot of the most popular streamers in the world actually don't use a green screen. Probably because they have sponsors and they gotta have stuff show on camera. So, like, if you green screen behind you, then your sponsors aren't getting attention. Like I think Ninja has that giant Red Bull cooler in the background. Like, obviously that wouldn't be there with the green screen. So, like, there's cool things you can do with green screens. It's just, I'll use them for skits, maybe for game streams once in a while. Otherwise, I don't really care. Practicality, man. Practical sets. I'm a practical set kind of guy. It's kind of like I look at it like this. Was Star Wars better? Was Star Wars better when it was a practical set and actual figurines that they had flying, on camera, or was it better when they went CGI? Personally, I thought it was more believable when it wasn't CGI, even though CGI has come a long way. And we have thank you, LV or AIV, for the 2,500 CLP. So I literally don't know what currency that is. Literally don't know what currency that is. That I think that equals up. Was that what the $5 super chat looks like? Was that $2 one? CLP to USD. What is CLP? Chilean peso. Okay, I got it. It's a Chilean peso, and that's a $3.47. Okay, all right, got it. Chilean peso. We'll give you a little bit of we'll go with the Bud Light Seltzer for that. He says, sorry, I meant versatile as in more convenient for displaying different content and cheaper than an OLED. I appreciate the current setup. Was curious. Yeah. So the OLED's for better colors. That's all. It's for better colors. And I would like maybe a less glossy finish. This finish on this TV is super glossy. It works fine for how I have it angled now, but you guys saw in prior podcast episodes a lot of glare. The glare is not really there now, based on the angle of the camera and the lights right now, so I kind of fixed that. But this TV is very, very glary. Cheers, man. By the way, I'm not insulting people's ideas of a green screen. I'm not insulting. These are all things I've done. I've done what you're asking me to do, or what you think's a good idea. Been there, done that. Go look at my E3 set and tell me, does that really look better with a green screen? Now, would it be better with a video wall? Oh, fuck yeah. I don't think it looks better with a green screen. Just personally. That's a personal thing, though, I can tell you now, my focus on my sets moving forward will all be practical. Is it more expensive? Yes. Why do you think most YouTubers, especially around my size, don't use practical sets? Or the only set they have is camera on, video game collection behind them, right? Or whatever collection, Star Wars collection, whatever kind of YouTube channel there, right? It's camera on, all my collection stuff behind me, right? Very, very common. Very common setup. I call it like the talking streamer setup, right? But they'll use it for standard videos too. I've done it. I know. So that's a very common setup. But I believe in sets. You want to know why? Thank Linus Tech Tips. So what interests me most about Linus Tech Tips isn't even their tech videos. It's when they go behind the scenes. And Linus is a big believer in practical sets. Sure, they'll use a green screen here and there. 99% of their videos are all practical sets. And it looks so good. So good. I love it. And it made me want to do the same thing. Now, I realize it costs money for practical sets. Like in my office right now, I have 4 desks. Why? For practical sets. Well, one's to hold my computer stuff that I edit on, but like practical sets. I have all these foam panels, not because I need them for audio. Like, right? The whole purpose of the foam panels, when you get these, are supposed to be for audio, right? Get rid of the echo. That's not why I have them. Because it looks good. Like $300 in audio panels here, just for looks, just for aesthetics, right? I've spent like $300 on tapestries. I have a lot of work put into this set, and it's like a lot of money invested in the customized layouts we're going to be using during E3. Multiple cameras being used during E3, like it. Practical stuff is just expensive, which is why most YouTubers, even as they get bigger and bigger and bigger, don't really do it. Think about it. I was just talking about building a set at E3, think about it, stupidly expensive. But there ain't any other YouTuber that's going to do it. No other YouTuber has done it. There've been massive YouTubers for years. Nobody's done it. The only people doing it are traditional media like GameSpot, IGN, etc. There's no YouTuber doing it. Why? It's stupidly expensive to do it. Who would even think to do that, right? Easy allies? Kind of funny? Who would even think to do that kind of thing at E3? It's so expensive, it won't even be a thought. Who would think at my size with kids to do practical sets? Who even has the space in their house to do practical sets? I venture to bet my studio is bigger than most YouTubers' space in their home to do anything, especially if they have kids. This room's pretty big, and like this is one entire practical set that I can use from multiple angles for different looks. But I'm gonna have another practical set over here. The gamer couch setup. It's gonna be over there eventually. I already have the stuff in here. I'm just not building that set till later this year. So that's gonna be a whole nother set over there. And then I always have the set with my computer in the background where I can have different rotating stuff on the screens and all that. If I decide to go that route. Which will probably be more if I'm talking about tech news or something, right? Like, hey, by the way, this is just me. Nobody has to be like, man, that was a lot of subscribers. Thank you for all the people that supposedly subscribed at the same time. Supposedly? Did all those people really just subscribe? Let me go see. Did I just get a big jump in subs? I know what it was before the stream. I mean, look here. Well, we did just get like 15 new subscribers. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Today's video is also over 10,000 views. Cool. Thanks, guys. Did you hear what Switchforce said about Samus Hunter? Well, he says that Samus Hunter is a fraud because of the general things she says to make it seem like she's legit. No. Josh Coleman. I will go to Samus Hunter right now. Yes, you're right. She has said some general things when she only knows general things. She's also said exact things when she knows exact things. Let me scroll down. Okay. I'm just going to go through her Twitter right now. Example. Here is what she knows on the state of the Monster Hunter games for the 3.0 update and stories presentation. So there's that presentation announced for 26. Here's what she said. Okay. More information on the state of each games. Monster Hunter Rise. Smaller updates with a greater distance from each other. Okay, you can say that's kind of general. Free event missions on a weekly basis. That's currently not in the game. That's a pretty exact thing to say. Free event missions are going to be announced on the 26th on a weekly basis. Bigger events with each updates with new monsters and collaboration. Expect some Nintendo-themed equipment and cosmetics. Paid DLC. So there's going to be paid DLC. There's going to be Nintendo-themed equipment. As you get into specific Nintendo-themed equipment? No. But how do we... That's generalized? That's pretty specific, right? Monster Hunter Stories 2. Kawan Village in a snow area. Literally naming one of the villages. Gameplay loop. You're going to explore, find a dungeon, and nest, obtain eggs and materials. The entire gameplay loop of the game. Pretty specific. DLC, cosmetic items, exclusive battle, 2 big story events, 1 in a new location, and free co-op missions. That's generalized to you? Monster Hunter S Amiibo to exclusive monsters. Demo in the works for Monster Hunter Stories 2. That's generalized to you. All right, let's scroll on down. The main villages of the game and the key story events for Monster Hunter Stories 2. Mohana Village, Last Egg. Ruto Village, Hatch. Kawan Village, Bond. Lucian, New Felion, I've covered this in a prior video. Takes off. The Village of Legends, The Truth. The Sealed Lad, ending. How does that... Like, that's exact information. Exact information. What about that virtual console stuff I mentioned? It's pretty exact, wasn't it? Scrolling on down. So there's some generalized small Zelda stuff before. Through E3, Zelda Amiibo. Okay, that you could say, okay, that's generalized. Anyone can guess that, right? I agree. That's pretty generalized. But how about this? Skyward Sword HD was chosen as the first title for the anniversary because it's the beginning of the series and Nintendo wanted to introduce new fans of the series to the origin and some characters, object places, and consequences of the story. Now, you could argue, oh, we're never going to find out if that's why they chose it. But what if it turns out that the reason that is why what Nintendo want to introduce us to is because it's going to matter for Breath of the Wild 2. So what if all the things she just mentioned matters for Breath of the Wild 2? Sounds like some pretty exact hinting information there, right? Let me see here. She said, oh, by the way, she said we were going to get Skyward Sword HD before it was announced. I get it. Someone could have guessed Skyward Sword HD. I understand. Let me see here. She gave us exact information on Pokemon Presents too. Hold on. Here's her Pokemon Presents information. She says, I already talked with these details in private with people like me, Nintendo Prime, but I'm going to make them public. The main focus will be 3 titles: Pokemon Unite, Diamond and Pearl Remix, and Legends, alongside other small updates for mobile games like Master, Cafe Mix, and Switch, literally calling out specific games that are going to be in the Presents, right? The Pokemon Company's plans are to revitalize interest in Unite after it was poorly received by the public. Announcing certain aspects along with the main games is one of their moves to appease fans. While the remix of Diamond and Pearl will begin to show the main differences from the originals and the new forms of some Pokemon, and you get this, and the return of some mechanics that were abandoned in the new chapters, obviously generalized but not specific mechanics, but will be a mix of fidelity to the original game and novelty attract old and new fans of the series. Despite complaints from players, even the titles will not have a national Pokedex. That's pretty exact. Will not have a national Pokedex. That's an exact detail. The title aims at a single-player experience. You can argue that's all generalized there. And then the Legends instead will be a title primarily single-player. So just straight up saying it's a single-player game. It's born about thinking about the comparisons of Breath of the Wild, all this stuff. Free exploration. The combat system is going to be a simplified version of the mechanics inherited from titles of the main series, similar to Let's Go, but just with new mechanics. Diamond and Pearl Remix will have new information primarily on a monthly basis until the release. That's really specific. For Legends, we will have the same level of marketing only after release. And there's going to be some brand new Pokemon, not like new from other games. Like we're adding numbers to the Pokemon decks in Diamond and Pearl Remix. Okay, yeah, we don't know the exact Pokemon, but she's straight up saying something that's never happened in remade Pokemon games before. Brand new Pokemon are debuting. Don't know which ones. That sounds pretty exact to me, doesn't it? Like, and this is just going back through. Obviously, the Monster Hunter stuff is really exact, down to town names and everything. Like, Jesus. Just going on back to whoops. That's in the Pokemon thread. Hold on. Let me see here. Scrolling on down. Okay, so here's Mario Party stuff. I can assure you that they are working on it, but I don't agree with what I've read because it won't be a sequel to Super Mario Party. So it won't be called Super Mario Party 2, like Zippo said it was. Only as a title, but Mario Party not only as a title, but as a philosophy. Super Mario Party is a game primarily enjoyable on the family model Switch, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it's therefore a group experience on the couch, lacks a portable experience. The focus of this title will be for all configurations, designed for light with more immediate games with fewer moments of waiting as all players throw the dice. Here's exact details. All players throw the dice and move simultaneously, for example. That don't sound vague to me. All players throw the dice at the same time and move simultaneously. Never happened in Mario Party before. That's an exact detail. To accommodate games played in local, wireless, and especially online. During the lockdown, in fact, the team has rethought the concept of multiplayer for the series, expanding it with online. This has led to all the new game possibilities, so different from Super Mario Party. I don't know if it's coming this year. It's possible they shifted the game focus with online components during the pandemic, adding new work to the projects, etc., etc., etc. But there wasn't exact details in there. Like, I can go on and on like this all day. All day. And this isn't me trying to say that Samus Hunter is like the greatest thing since sliced bread. But she's put out some exact details and gotten them right in the past. She's got more exact details out right now. Yes, some things she says are generalized. You want to know why? And this is just me based on what I know about her source. Her source, and she said this publicly, is in marketing. Marketing only has the kind of details that would be in marketing. Precise details on certain things aren't often part of marketing. So when you see screenshots, when you see, talking point sheets, when you see maybe a staff email go around, like when you see marketing bits, posters, whatever, right? You're not always going to get exact details. Philosophies, what they're at, how they're advertising the game, absolutely. Features that might be part of those advertisements to talk about things like, oh, hey, yeah, all the dice roll at the same time and everyone moves simultaneously. That's probably part of the marketing. So, like, yeah, there's some generalized stuff because the source isn't like Nintendo Treehouse. You know? It's someone purely in marketing. That's according to her. Again, I don't know why I have to keep defending Samus Hunter. It's like people are looking for reasons not to believe in her when she just keeps getting W's. And it's not just on generalized information. She has leaked screenshots for Monster Hunter. Literal screenshots for it before the public had them. Like, it gets really frustrating. Like, when people try to dismiss people on the premise that anyone could say that. She has done more than just generalized stuff. That lets me know. That that things are just gonna go nuts. And yeah. Justin Basil. Thanks for the $3. Thank you so much for the $3. And I was reading chat the whole time, by the way. So I know, like Josh Coleman said, hey, I wasn't, trying to like call her out or anything. I'm just saying, wanted to see what you would say to Switch Force saying that she's fake and all that. Bottom line is, I don't think Zach from Switch Force, and I like Zach, I don't think he's bothered to actually do his homework on Samus Hunter. I think what happens is you see some recent stuff like, oh, Samus Hunter tweets out that, hey, look, I knew this was going to happen, the Zelda amiibo and this and that, but she didn't specify the Zelda amiibo would be launched before E3, right? She didn't specify that the new Zelda announcement was going to be that, right? She didn't specify those things, she generalized. So he sees that and he goes, yeah, she's fake. This is just generalized crap. Not doing his homework. See, I've done my homework on the people I'm going to report from. He didn't do his homework, so because he didn't do his homework, it kind of sounds stupid. Like, I hear that and I go, yeah, you haven't really looked into it, have you? Cheers, by the way. Thank you so much, Justin. I'm not bullying you, Jeff. Now, maybe I'm bullying Zach from Switch Force? Maybe. Samus Hunter tweeted again. I was just on her Twitter. She didn't have a new... Did she do it while I was covering this stuff? I was at the top of her Twitter. I wonder where I already saw a similar armor. Oh, yeah. She just tweeted out. She was just mentioning that she called the armor. Starting this month, we're going to see more news on the Zelda series. It will likely be an appetizer for the main course at E3, but we're entering the Zelda 25th anniversary. And then look, there is the armor. On a Mii character, of course, but there's the armor shown. She was definitely teasing it. Anyways, besides the point. It doesn't really matter. Point is, it's dumb too, by the way. I don't know who the fuck Samus Hunter is. I literally don't know who this person is. I don't know who they are. And like, she could be fake as fuck. But she just keeps getting things right, so what do you want me to do about it, You want me to, like, pretend that she doesn't get things right? So, I don't know. I don't really care. Like, my video today had nothing to do with Samus Hunter. It was, Game Over Jesse. And there's people that say Game Over Jesse's a joke, too. So, like, what are you going to do? Then you post something from Emily Rogers. Emily Rogers is a joke. And then you post something from Nate Drake. Nate Drake's a joke. Then you post something, like... No matter who you cover leaks and rumors from, there's always going to be people out there being like, oh, they're fake. Oh, they're this. Oh, they're that. Oh, they're full of shit. What are you going to do? I'm not the source, so if she burns her own reputation and ends up being fake, all right, cool, whatever. Like, we're never going to talk about her again. Like, I'll say, hey, the crap happens. Move on, right? Other stuff we can talk about. We don't just talk about her stuff. I realize that we've covered a lot of her stuff on this channel, so I understand why people associate Samus Hunter to me, and she keeps... I appreciate it, but I do feel like she's trying to legitimize herself by tweeting out my videos on her Twitter and saying, like, yeah, look at this. And it's cool because I'm getting extra views because of it, but it's also like I feel a little weird that Samus Hunter seems to use my videos to legitimize herself. My videos are still just listed as rumors. I don't know that it legitimizes anything. I do find that, I've always found that to be strange. But then I'm also getting extra traffic from it, so should I really complain? We're on to you, Nate. What? I'm Samus Hunter? So it's Nintendo Prime and not Pro. their announcements are 100% right all the time. No, they're not, Elijah. No, they're not. You want some examples? I'll just give you one. This is the most obvious one. Everyone knows this. Wii Vitality Sensor. Not only announced, shown off at E3. I feel like that guy like that's on like TikTok, where he shows people like making everyday things more complicated, and then he's like, oh, look at this cool way you could drink a cup, and he's like, or just like grab the cup and drink it, and he goes, like, like Nintendo's had things they've announced that have never come out. And there's been times they've blatantly lied about the things that are coming out, like Wii Music. It was obvious on stage, but the way they said Wii Music worked was a blatant lie. Yeah, I think it was intended to work that way, but it just never did. Oh yeah, look at this fake drummer. Look at the game doesn't work that way. Like, Wii Music was presented as like this thing that's 1-to-1, and I'm like, no, Wii Music, no. And you could tell in the presentation it really wasn't working, but it was one of those things that like Nintendo was trying to make you think it actually works that way and try to present it in a way that's a total lie. It was kind of funny. Not to say this in the case here, but circular references like this is how fake news becomes widespread. Circular references, what do you mean? You mean like, okay, so you mean like, where like she gets some generalized stuff right, and so then people start to believe the non-generalized stuff, and then the non-generalized stuff is just vehemently believed to be true because the generalized stuff was, when really it's all fake news. Something like that, right? Kind of like how like people fell for some of Donald Trump's BS, you know? I get it. The thing is, she's gotten specific things right too. So it'd be different if she only got generalized stuff, but she's got specific stuff. Just look behind him. We had Metroid Prime 4 as a topic today. Chill. But yeah, if she didn't get specific things right, I wouldn't even cover. I'm being honest. I didn't cover her stuff until I dug into her, and I went through her entire history, and she got so many specific things correct and I checked the dates on everything, and I'm like, all right, I gotta cover this person. They keep getting even their specific stuff correct. Samus is on screen because we talked about Metroid Prime 4. We're on to you, Nate. Shh. Shh. Don't say this. This doesn't exist. I wish I was Samus Hunter and had a connection with Nintendo. That'd be sweet. Is that how I hide it? Is that what I'm doing, guys? Am I hiding that I'm Samus Hunter and have a connect with Nintendo, but I'm hiding it through a fake username and then retweeting myself? I know, no politics. Okay, sorry. It's because someone said fake news. So like, all right, I know. Should have never brought him up. I know. That was my bad. It's just instantly what I think of. Not everyone agrees. Here's what I'll say. All politicians lie. Doesn't matter if you think I'm not saying everything that he said was fake. I'm saying they all lie. Biden lies. Trump lies. Every senator lies. Every governor lies. They're all lying to you. I'm just being honest. That's why fake news exists, because everyone's lying. Sometimes they tell you the truth. They drop a little morsels in. But It's all lies. It's a conspiracy theory, Nate. It's all lies. Just because I'm not right doesn't mean I'm wrong. Samus Hunter is your uncle who works at Nintendo. This is fake. I'm telling you, the politicians lie. This is fake news. Fake news. I remember when I ran for student class president once, and I ran on this platform. Then I'm like, I'm gonna get the stuff in the vending machines you really want. You don't have the power to do that as student class president. Total bullshit. But like, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make the school put what you want in the vending. No, have no say about that. It's a contract the school has with the company. Got no say in that. But it's like, got me some votes. You know what the tinfoil hat me? That's fine. Yeah, who doesn't lie? Mr. Pumpkin. Oh, many of you don't know who Mr. Pumpkin is. We'll see if you meet Mr. Pumpkin someday, all you new people. If you could design the Switch Pro, what would be important for you to include? New Joy-Cons with better sticks. That's like the biggest thing. They get rid of the bezel. Use more modern hardware that's still backwards compatible. Charge $400 because you got to keep it cost effective too. People would do that. Just go to the internet and tell lies. Maybe. Just go with some Taki hot Cheetos. It ain't that deep. Well, honestly, whatever companies choose, listen. Yeah, dude, the vending machines in like schools, they never are that great, right? But those I don't know. I'd rather it be like a healthy vending machine, right? Like get some healthy snacks in it. Like there's always like at the YMCA, our local YMCA has like a healthy vending machine. I don't mind that stuff. If you're gonna give me garbage, give me garbage I don't have to feel guilty about eating. Geico saving you 15% on your car insurance. Anyways. Ugh. It's 11:22. I think we are going to call the stream. I believe. I mean, I'm in no particular rush at the moment, but I feel like we're getting way off track. I know we still have over 100 people watching. I just feel like we're a little bit off track, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get back on track. I think this stream has kind of gone off rails a little too far, which happens. Doesn't happen every stream, but it happens. In high school, you could trade a lunch ticket for a slice of pizza loca.
I'm not stripping for you, the Ethark, but thank you for your $20 Australian.
Oh man, thank you so much for that, man. I did not expect that tonight, Dark. I know you've done a couple big ones like that before. Been a while, I think, hasn't it? Thank you so much. You know what? Let's bust out the cannon blast for you, huh? Let's bust out the cannon blast. Let's get out the big guns. Time to get out the big guns. It just got me back on track. Time to get out the big guns. And then I did a $1, so I guess I'll follow that up with a beer. Thank you so much. And he did the woot dancing with the game controller. I like that sticker. Are they called those stickers? What do they call those? I feel like they're called stickers. Yeah, the stickers. Super stickers. That's right. That's a cool super sticker. I like that one. That's an entertaining super sticker, baby. Cheers to a real shot. Finally, some real booze going down the old trap chute. Some Captain Morgan Cannon Blast. Let's go. Oh. Ah. Not a good chaser. Turns out G Fuel Not a good chaser. Oh, burning. That is way higher alcohol content than it's supposed to be. Cheers. A little better. All right. Member goal was not reached. We are at 2 out of 5. We need 3 more members. 3 more members to join tonight. 3 more people to hit that join button. And then we do a giveaway. There was a stream that, like, we were at this point, like, right towards the end. Then all of a sudden we had member. Like, right towards the end of the stream. Member. I'm like, oh, I guess we're doing a giveaway. E3 is a couple weeks away. I know, right? E3 is officially, let's see. Let's go as of this weekend. E3 as of the 22nd. So this weekend. 3 weeks. 3 weeks away. As of this weekend. Crazy though, right? I feel like it's going to come upon us really fast. We're going to have that Pokemon Presents at some point. We do have the Summer Game Fest or whatever that's happening on the 10th. I got my podcast every week. I got special guests every week. You know, it's going to come up pretty quick. E3's that's why, like, I know I feel like I'm over preparing, but can you over prepare for an event like E3? Especially for what I'm doing? Like, I need to be ahead of the game because I know there's going to be stuff over the next 3 weeks I'm going to need to get locked in for E3. Changes I'm going to need to my layouts. Maybe changes to the set. Different, you know, I got to get all the equipment locked in. Like, I don't even have all the equipment I need yet. And, like, shipping takes forever. Right? Like, the replacement for these mics, I don't even know if they're going to be here in a week. I'm pretty confident they'll be here before E3. One of the things I need for my set is supposed to arrive June 10th. According to the tracking, it's in a shipping delay at the moment. There's like, it's so hard, you know, because even coming out the pandemic, like, we're just short on supplies for everything. And shipping is just taking forever. Forever. Am I going to do a rescheduled podcast with Jeff Grubb? He told me to talk to him after E3. So I don't know if it's going to be a post E3, like literally the first podcast after E3. Not during. We're going to have a podcast during E3, but one after E3. I don't think we're going to do one after E3. Right away. It's going to be a bit. So either he might be on the one right after E3, or it might be like 2 or 3 podcasts later. We're going to try. I don't know if I can convince him to come on. Me and him are friendly. He did unfollow me on Twitter. But that was before him and I had a conversation. And then he told me that, hey, let's talk about this after E3. So he's being friendly with me. Maybe he's hoping I forget. I'm not going to forget. I'm going to reach out to him after E3 and just see what's up. Maybe he wants to... I think what's going to happen is he wants to see how my E3 coverage goes. Not to see if I blow up or get popular. I don't think that's what he's worried about. I think he just wants to see... He wants to see me in action. Right? Action Jackson. He wants to see what I do. He wants to see if I'm really super legit about all this. You guys already know I am, but I mean, he doesn't watch my content, so we'll see what happens. What do you think of nighttime? Basically, I don't want to guarantee he's going to be on a future podcast, but he might be. He did not say no. I have to wait till after E3 before we talk it out. I mean, we already talked it out, but like before we talk more about being on a show, what do you think of nighttime flying in Skyward Sword with a headlamp? It always annoyed me that wasn't in the original. I know, the night doesn't get dark enough, right? It's weird. You are legit. The state of your set right now is worthy of the sickest E3 event of all time. Everything else is icing on top. Don't even know. You don't even know. If only you guys knew what else is happening. But I'm intentionally like, okay, you've seen the set, right? You're going to see the set all the time now. You haven't seen what's happening during E3. You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know. Certain things we have kept a secret this whole time, and we're going to continue to keep a secret. You just don't even know. Yeah, I know. I know you can't fly at night. I don't know. It's just one of those mechanics. It's just like you can't climb with the rain, right? It's like an intended mechanic. Can't fly in the rain, or you can't fly at night. You can't, climb when it's raining. Like those are just like mechanics meant to try to hold you back in some way, make you plan out things, make you think critically, yada yada yada. Are you doing a Phil Spencer in your background? I mean, would you guys object if during Microsoft show if I had a giant Phil Spencer cardboard cutout just looming over us right here in the middle? I mean, would you guys object if Phil Spencer was here in person? I mean, they're going to have a pre-recorded show. I don't mean Phil Spencer won't be here in person. You know, I got my people. I got my connections. You know, we might have Anchorman coming on here and little Ron Burgundy get special guest. I mean, would you object to The Godfather? I mean, I'm just like, no. I don't think Phil Spencer is in any of the stuff. Like, specifically him. I'm pretty sure he's not specifically involved. Not him as a person, but like in the set, any imagery or references to him specifically, I don't think. I don't have any references to anyone specifically from Nintendo either. For what we're doing. But you're going to see, guys. You're going to see Nintendo Prime in a whole new light during E3. You guys already think the set looks great. And it does. You just don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know. You just don't even know. So many surprises in store. It's going to be great. I've literally been planning this for so long. Just hope everything arrives in time. That's the one thing. Certain aspects that don't arrive in time could... Like, if some things don't arrive in time, it's okay. But, like, there's something that's like, yeah, that's kind of critical. That needs to be here. Or I'm going to be scrambling. One of the things that I'm scrambling for, I could pull off somewhere else. I just don't have a budget set aside for it, right? It's like one of those... if you guys wonder how I can do these giveaways, you guys wonder how I can do... how do I support my family? I have, like, a job, for starters, and my fiance works full-time. I work full-time, and I do this. And I have... My fiance works at night, which right now she does the 4 to midnight shift. So if you ever wonder why I'm able to do live streams, you know, right now, because I've been doing a lot of streams, right, the last few weeks. She just moved from part-time to full-time. She was in college like me, so she was working part-time. Now she's doing full-time, 4 to midnight. So that is why I'm able to do these streams, right? Because I'm doing, I stream while my kids are sleeping and while she is at work. And yes, I realize I could be sleeping. I do wake up with the kids in the morning. I do get them ready. I do take care of them. I can function on about 5 hours of sleep. My kids usually wake up by 5:36, which I go to bed, you know, shortly after the stream. Basically, I go upstairs, spend about 20 minutes kind of cleaning up anything I didn't clean up before the stream, from the kids, from dinner or whatever, and do some dishes, whatever. And then I go to bed. Sometimes I'll wait up for Yulia to get home. Sometimes I won't. And then I might wait for her to get home. She gets home about 12:30. We chit chat for a bit, probably sleep by 1, wake up at 6. Get them ready for school. If it's not school, and it's just a normal day on a weekend, cool. You know, I'll be up with them all day. I don't care. I can function. You know, there's some days I'll get some extra sleep, but usually Saturday nights I get a little extra sleep. Yeah, you got 3 kids, man. It don't matter when they go to bed, by the way. I can put them to bed at midnight. They'll wake up at 5:30. I can put them to bed at 5 p.m. They'll wake up at 5:30. Isn't that crazy? It's like an internal clock they have. It's 5:30. We got to get up. But you just went to sleep at 5 a.m. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's 5:30. We got to get up. I'm not even kidding. I wish I was. I'm not even joking. It's crazy. So like, I schedule everything around. I have to be very on top of everything. I mean, in my ideal world, I'm a full-time YouTuber, and this is just what I do for a living. I don't make the kind of money on YouTube to do that. Maybe I will someday, but right now I don't make the kind of money to do YouTube full time. So instead, I have my job. I pay bills, take care of things. We're not rich. It could feel like it, but that's because all the money I make on YouTube goes back into YouTube. It's kind of like Mr. Beast. Like, he makes all this money on his main channel, but he puts all that money back into his videos. So like, that's kind of here. It looks nice, but like, it's because I reinvest all the money into giveaways or into equipment or whatever, right? Like, I reinvest it. I'm not always going to do that. There's going to be a point where the channel is making enough money where it's like, okay, now we got to start thinking, and there's not always equipment I'm going to need to buy. You don't always need to be constantly buying new stuff to make things better. So they'll be like, oh, okay, so like this month or 2 months in a row, like I don't need to buy new equipment. I don't need to buy this. I don't need to buy that. Let's just roll with what we got and see if I'm making enough money to quit my job, right? So like, there's things like that. I want to hire employees someday. Eric right now, he does the podcast for free. He's doing his E3 coverage for free, kind of. He has PTO, so like he's taking time off for E3, but he's getting paid for that time off. So I mean, whatever. But I don't pay him for E3. I haven't paid him yet. Now, technically, when we go to E3 in person, I cover everything. I cover our tickets. I cover the plane tickets. I cover the hotel. I don't now any food he wants to buy food. Like if he wants to order pizza, he'll buy that himself. But like I pay for his $250 ticket to E3. I pay for his plane ticket. I pay for his hotel. I pay for the rental car and all the gas in the rental car. He just covers his own food cost. So like he gets a free trip to E3. So, but this year it's all in person, so I'm not paying for anything for him. All the money's going to you guys in giveaways. So it's an interesting situation, interesting setup we have going here. But I would like to be able to pay Eric someday to do more stuff for me. I would like to be able to pay an actual video editor. Now, I don't really want super fancy video edits. That's the whole point of a practical set, is I don't need super fancy video edits. So I don't really want fancy stuff. But it would be nice for like certain types of content. Say I start doing game previews or reviews. Say I have an ad, right? So I have companies that want to set up and do ads with me, right? And pay for ad spots. It would be nice if I had like an editor on hand that could help me realize my vision for an ad. Because my vision for an ad might not be sitting here at this table with a TV in the background. That might not work, like for an ad. That might not work. I might need a transition. I might need green screen. I might need whatever. And it would be nice to have a professional editor who works for me, even if it's just part-time, to help me make these things look as best as they can be. And they obviously we paid, right? So like I have visions for things to expand this stuff in the future. If we can ever get to the point of doing this full time. If I am doing YouTube full time, making the kind of money to support my family full time, where you're getting 3 videos a day, period. Every day. Weekends are probably only going to be 2, but you're getting 3 videos a day. And there's going to be planned out content beyond news, right? We're going to have other shows, other podcasts, other things going on, more people brought in, more special guests. There's going to be really crazy stuff I have planned out. Like I have like a roadmap. I might show you guys someday. I have a document on my computer that has like these long haul future ideas for what the channel can become if we get to certain not subscriber goals, certain income goals. It's really the income that enables this stuff. Now, I presume viewership and subscribers help you get to that income, but I don't know what viewership numbers and subscriber numbers I need to hit certain income thresholds. So I have these income thresholds. Like this is the threshold for me to quit my job. This is the threshold to quit my, like right now I did 1 video today. I could have did 3 if I was doing this full time. Because what would happen is even if there's not news, right? Say that video I got out today on Ocarina of Time with George Master HD was the only news I found interesting that day. That's fine. I have other ideas for videos, just don't have time. So like I have discussion videos to make. I have shows. Some of our longtime people know, like Prime News. You guys remember that? I've had to come back, or like Here's the News, like the replacement show I was doing for a bit for that. Like I don't consistently do those because I just don't have the time because I have to work. But like if this channel's my full-time job, well, no shit, I got time then. I got 8 hours a goddamn day minimum to do it, right? So like, yeah, we'll make it work. I'll do a schedule consistently every day, and then weekends I'd take off, but there'd be some videos that come out on weekends that I've done ahead of time, right? Like, you know, some of my more planned out content, previews, reviews, etc. You know, I don't know about reviews. Maybe like impression videos, I should say. More so, I'm not interested in doing like full on reviews, but impressions, long form discussions, absolutely. So like I have plans. So it's one of those things that, you know, what's it going to take for me to get to the certain income thresholds? Like you might like I mean, if you want to know, like, the income, like, I'm reading the chat, like, that's our new goal, getting 8 to full-time on YouTube. Your viewership's been really good this month. I mean, it has been. Viewership this month, if I just go to the analytics and look at viewership quick, come on, load up. And I just go to views. That's not for this month, though. That's the last 28 days. Let's go to May. So, like, right now, I have 372.6 thousand views this month. Now, got to remember, we've had a lot of rumors, right? A lot of rumors and leaks and all this stuff. So, like, that stuff obviously gets a lot of views, especially going up to E3. So, you have to remember that the rumor videos aren't necessarily going to continue consistently all year long. We'll always have, like, Nintendo Direct rumors. We'll always have certain rumors about certain games, but we're not going to be able to have, 5, 6 rumor videos a week, right? Like, that's just not, that's realistic going up to E3. That's not realistic all year long, right? So you're going to have news videos, you're going to have shows, you're going to have podcasts, live streams, all that jazz, right? So there'll be videos, but they won't always be as enticing news-wise as like a rumor might be. Now, there is coverage of games up to lead up, but you got to come up with unique ideas for all that, right? So like I did for Super Mario 3D All-Stars, you got to come up with ideas to keep that coverage going. Okay, so we're at 372,000 views in the month of May. That is really good, because you go to April, in April, we only had, for the entire month of April, we only had 246,000 views. So we're like we're 20 days into May, and we've already, 100,000 plus surpassed April. But then you go out to March, in March, we had 374,000. We did technically pass that. But then go back, you just keep going back. Like, I think December, we had 500,000. We had 450,000 in October. We had 1.5 million in September. So, like, it's one of those things where it's good that we're getting a lot of viewership, but we're also in the midst where there's a lot of content to drive viewership in terms of rumors. Once we're out of rumor season, once we're out of E3 season, we still have daily content. It's not like I don't, but the content doesn't do as well. Let me give you an example. Because the goal is to grow big enough where even the content that doesn't do as well now does as well as the rumor videos are doing now, right? So, example, Ocarina of Time, whatever, it's 10,000 views. Let's just cut it off there. Forget, like, it doesn't have 10,000 publicly. It has 9.7K, I guess. But let's just say cut it off at 10K. Let's say I want to average 10K views a video. So let's go to a non-rumor video. Like, if I'm just looking at my channel, and you guys can check this for yourself, right? So you go back through this and go Skyward Sword, HD Amiibo has a big issue, xCloud on Switch. These aren't really rumors, right? That's a non-rumor video. Posted yesterday. 3.3K views. That's not bad. That's like $5, right? You don't start really making money on YouTube till you're over 10,000. Fun fact, people don't know. Like, you want to start making like anything even close to $10-$20 a video, you got to be over 10,000 views minimum. Even at 10,000 views, you might only make $5. So like my one of my biggest few videos is this month has 60,000 plus. Only made $30. I have videos at 20K that made $70. Like, so it's not even consistent. But you look at that video and I'm like, I want to be able to basically throw out any video I want to throw out that day and know it's going to hit about 10,000 views, right? No matter what I throw out. The podcast, 4.1 thousand views, from yesterday. It'd be cool if that was getting 10 every time. It'd be cool. Like, I have to hit a point that no matter what content I put out, which I shouldn't say no matter what, because you put out shitty content. You put out shitty content, you should get shitty views. Okay? Fully believe in that. I make bad content, you shouldn't watch it. I'm trying not to, but shouldn't. Like, I did that Amazon sales charts, 4.3K views. Wouldn't it be sweet if that was at 10? And that's where I got to be at, where when I'm not doing rumor videos, when I'm not doing leak videos, those videos are hitting 10K. Okay? Because right now, rumor videos are like the only thing getting that high. Like, I don't even remember the last video that didn't have rumors involved that hit 10K. Like, I'm just going back. Like, that has, major E3 2021 leaks. That's at 20K. Rumor about DK, 20K. Like, literally, I don't have anything. My E3 predictions and expectations. That's like my best viewed non-rumor video is my predictions and expectations for E3 2021 for Nintendo. 6.9K views. Decent views. Video made $8. Gotta hit that 10K threshold. And I gotta and watch time matters. If you can get watch time like over 5-6 minutes of video, that's when you start to make the money. Like, the watch time on my 60,000 plus video this month is shit. It's like 2 minutes. That's why I didn't make anything. But like all these, like, are you ready? Display. Here's one. This one. Okay, I do have one. Okay, display company mentioned Switch Pro. That was non-rumor. That happened. But it's based on a system that isn't announced from Nintendo, right? So it's like that particular one did 11K. But you just go through it. It's rumor after rumor after leak that gets the views. I put up a video about that garage game Nintendo announced. 1.9K. You could argue monetary wise that wasn't worth it. That video I looked at it like earlier today. It made $1.50. Was it really worth the hour it took me to make that video? Not from a monetary perspective, but I wanted to cover it, so I did. So like that's kind of the conundrum we're in, where you just I gotta get to a point with YouTube where there's a bottom number my videos do on topics that aren't popular, and that bottom number happens to be a number that makes a decent amount of money. And I think 10,000 is that number. I need to get to a point that every video basically does that. Every stream basically does that. Get to that point, and then I think we're home free. Then we get to the point where we could talk about maybe doing this full time. And to get to that point, I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's going to take at least $5,000 a month made on the channel. I'm not going to pull any strings here. That's not even that much. If you think about it, it's only $60K a year before taxes. It's like, it's not crazy amount of money for a family of 5, right? Like, it's not. But at $60,000 a year, we're talking around my starting salary with my degree I'm going for. And in theory, it should just go up from there, right? You're not just going to make $5,000 a month and then the channel's going to stop growing, right? You would assume if I'm making that kind of money that I can keep investing in the channel, keep doing more, and the channel should keep growing. It shouldn't really stop when I can make the quality even better, when I can do even more shows and do even more crazy. It should just make it better. Hire more. It should make it better. Try to never lose the essence of what it is, but just do it better and do it more often. In theory, it should keep growing. That's not always how it works, but that 5,000 could become 10,000 a month someday, 15, who knows? But like that's where you got to get. You got to get to 5,000 a month. If you don't get to 5,000 a month, then I'm not even close to considering doing it full time. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not at 5,000. I'm not even at 1,000 per month on average. I mean, I don't talk about the revenue that often because it's not why I do YouTube. Until you do it full time, you try not to think about the revenue much. I just put the revenue back into the channel mostly. But you look at it like this month's doing fine. We might make over 2,000 this month, which basically covers my expenses for E3. Kind of. It's still 1,000 short, but whatever. But like, last month I only made 800. The month before I made 750. The month before I made 5. Even that month I did 1.5 million views. YouTube screwed me out of revenue, and I only made $1,000. Like, I'm not making crazy money on YouTube. And that, to a lot of people out there, like, that sounds good. To a family of 5, I mean, maybe it covers the grocery. If I wasn't doing giveaways, it covers the grocery bill, I guess, for a family of 5 per month, maybe. Sometimes. I mean, when you're only making 500, that's not enough. So, I mean, I don't make crazy amounts of money. So, like, if it consistently got to 5,000 a month, yeah, okay. All right. That's what it's going to take. We're just not going to get there. Now, I saw the Samus Hunter tweeted again. And said, they unveiled the titles of each expansion. And surprise, surprise, they have a similar meaning to my post. Ancient Heartbeats equals help Robbie/Pura with their research. Guardian of Recollection equals learn more backgrounds on the world. Now, the thing is, this also goes for Switch Force, right? Oh, that's kind of general. Now, if the Robbie Pura stuff is, here's the Robbie Pura with their research, right? That's specific. Just knowing it's called Ancient Heartbeats doesn't necessarily guarantee Robbie Pura. But if it turns out that Ancient Heartbeats is Robbie and Pura doing their research and helping them, that is a big hit. That's nailing it. Right now, it's more like she's just telling us it equals that. We need to see it. We need to see it for ourselves. We see it, then it's okay. She nailed it. The other one, a little more background on the world. Again, that is pretty generalized. But the Robbie Pearl one's very specific. So that's kind of one of those. When they finally show us this DLC, when they show us, is it about Robbie Pearl and helping them with their research? If that is what Ancient Heartbeats is, then she can be, I nailed it. Right now, she's kind of jumping. I feel like she's jumping the gun a little bit. This, to me, she does this sometimes where she takes credit before it's confirmed 100%. But again, at E3, Robbie Pearl doing the research, that's what it is. Got it. So I'm not going to quite give her credit for this, but I understand where she's going. You can infer that Ancient Heartbeats, remember, Robbie Pearl, what do they do? Ancient technology stuff, right? So, like, you can infer that Ancient Heartbeats is Robbie and Pearl. You could infer Guardian of Recollection is more backgrounds on the world. You can infer all that, right? I see where she's drawing the connection. I think a little early to claim a victory on it. A little bit early. But we'll know for certain pretty soon. She did get the armor right. She literally posted a tweet that had the armor of from the ancient armor on a me. She didn't outright say that's the armor we were getting, but she tweeted it out while talking about what the armor is going to be. It's kind of like, okay. So she gave you an image instead of giving you the words. You can say a lucky guess, but later, Thark. I'm ending the stream anyways here in a couple minutes. Thank you so much, by the way, for your $20 donation. That was the $20 super chat. That was the biggest one tonight, so thank you so much. YouTube full-time is very hard. Kickstarter. I have a Patreon, guys. Patreon.com/Nintendo Prime. I have one. It makes... I don't even know what it makes. It's under 100. I don't advertise it very often. But I also, like... I feel like when you advertise things like Patreon, it can come across as, like... e-begging? Is that the right word? Like, say I have a $1 tier, a $5, a $10, 20, and a 40. And the 40 one has merch. I gotta update that merch though. That's got old. I gotta go and update that merch. That is not the correct merchandise. But we have 39 patrons. We technically have more patrons than we do members. But I make more money off the members than I do off the patrons. That's just the way it goes. So like 39 patrons, $96 a month. Not even $100. So like we have a Patreon. But like I don't want to be so reliant on something like Patreon, right? Patreon's a nice supplemental income to YouTube. But it's all right, Flip do. Yeah, like if you guys want to support me on Patreon, you can, It's cool. I'll mention it here and there, but it's like you don't have to. There's a tier that gets you on an episode of the podcast, but like you don't have to care about that, right? I'm just happy people watch. People join the member, cool. Like, hey, yeah, we're 3 members away from giving a giveaway. We're clearly not going to hit it. That's okay. You don't have to super chat. We got like what, $48 in super chats tonight. Could have got 0. It's okay. I just want people to watch, right? You can make some serious money off merch when you're a bigger YouTuber. When people care about wearing your brand. You had no idea I had one. Yeah. The thing is, it's linked in the description of like every video. I just don't mention it. Is it linked? I think it's linked in the description of the stream. Does this name for Age of Calamity DLC help us with our... I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know if the DLC is going to be related to Breath of the Wild 2. Remember, Nintendo wrote the story for Age of... Everyone gets all mad. Age of Calamity story. I'm like, Nintendo wrote it. Yeah, it causes a timeline split. Nintendo wrote it. Are you surprised? Well, like Nintendo doesn't do timeline splits. And then they split one 3 ways off Ocarina of Time. So, oh no, there's another timeline split if this game's part of the timeline. Oh no. Okay. Anytime time travel's involved, there's always timeline splits. Oh, I agree. Age of Calamity is canon. Totally agree. Anyone who disagrees, I always say, go back to when the baby guardian fell out of the box. I don't even care about spoiler warning at this point. This game's been out long enough. Baby Guardians falls out of the box and then goes back in time, right? Because that's really what begins the split, is that time travel moment. When that moment was happening, the entire ending that leads to Breath of the Wild was occurring. Everything that needs to happen for Breath of the Wild to happen was factually happening, but then that little baby guardian goes back in time, and that changes things, okay? So, like, that's when the split occurs. But that ending that was happening factually with that baby guardian when it went back in time, that thing still continues on its timeline, right? That thing still continues, and that's what leads to Breath of the Wild. I keep telling people, the ending that leads to Breath of the Wild happens in this game. It just happens right away. And then the split occurs. And then we get this additional stuff where the Guardians don't die, the champions don't die, right? Then we get the split. And there's also, it's a complicated thing. Some people think that's not right. There's other ways to connect. I'm just going, hey, based on all the events in Breath of the Wild, the ending that leads to it happens right away. And then Tarako goes back in time, splits the timeline. That doesn't mean Age of Calamity isn't canon. That's like saying when Link goes back in time for Child Link in Ocarina of Time and creates a split timeline, that it's not canon. Of course it is. The ending that leads to Breath of the Wild still occurs. It doesn't go away. You know, it's just, are they ever going to do anything with that timeline split? That's another thing. Like, are they going to do anything with that timeline split? Who knows? Maybe not. But, does Age of Calamity have actual good ending? It has. You're gonna be surprised. I'm not gonna spoil the ending. You'll just be surprised. You'll be surprised by the ending of Age of Calamity, because it's not what you think. Like, everyone thinks you know what it is, but you don't. Because the whole time you're waiting for that ending that's Breath of the Wild, doesn't really happen. Something else happens, and I don't want to spoil it for you. It's really cool what happens. It's such a cool thing, but it pissed off a lot of people. Like, oh, it's not canon. This will be a prequel. Still can be a prequel, and that could still be true. Just watch. And yeah, there's going to be more cutscenes and more stuff happening in the DLC. And the DLC might also bring it all full circle too. Like, they weren't done with the story then, right? It could still come all full circle. It's still go all the shit. So, but it's a really cool. It's an ending you don't expect, and I think that's what's neat about it. And I initially was confused, and then I went back and watched some of the initial cutscenes, and I was like, oh. The ending already happened. It makes sense now. But again, you got to be like big brain to get it. And whenever you go on like Game Over Jesse's channel, my God, he always has this one guy in the chat that starts a fight about it every time, that tries to argue it's not canon. Nintendo never said that it was canon. They never used the word canon. They never this, they never that. Guess what? They never said Breath of the Wild was canon either. What the hell's your point? They don't use the word canon. Canon is a term used by fans. They don't use that word. I think one of my kids woke up. All right, I got to go anyway. So thank you guys for tuning in. It was a fun stream. Shout out to all the super chats tonight. I can't see them, so I'm just going to have to say thank you. You guys are awesome, and I'll catch you in the next video tomorrow. Hey, got to be a parent first, right? I hear a kid walking upstairs. I got to go deal. Got to lay the smack down.